Chair, I think we are ready to proceed if you are.
Very good, thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Welcome everybody to the February 23rd, 2022 meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. I'm going to turn it over to Becky Pepper to read the rules of this sort of hybrid in-person Zoom call.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Becky Pepper, Planning Manager. Joining me here in the City Commission room is Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director, and Kyle Kobe, who'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the chair, who is on remote video, to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you're not speaking. The chat function of this public meeting is disabled and all chats will go directly to the Zoom facilitator. Unless you're participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting, and when you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to the Zoom facilitator. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title before you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. When public comment is sought on an item, individuals participating in person should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Individuals are required to wear a mask, but may remove their mask when making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking, and your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals providing comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you're using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. And when you're called on, please unmute your device, state your name before speaking. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. For commissioners, all motions need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each commissioner individually to provide their vote. Staff will then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. I again want to remind everyone to please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and now I'll turn the meeting over to the chair.
Thank you, Becky. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We'll launch in here. I just wanted to make a couple of comments at the outset, given that it sounds like we have a number of people in person, and then I think also on this call. We'll get to the agenda items here before long. And just so everyone knows sort of how those things proceed, excuse me, the staff, a member of the planning staff is going to make a presentation of the report and then sort of restate what the staff's recommendation is. After that, the applicant, if there is one on that particular item, will have 10 minutes to make their own presentation. After that, we'll have a period of public comment for anybody that wants to speak on that particular agenda item. Everybody is entitled to 3 minutes to offer their comments. After that's all wrapped up, we will then give the applicant, if there is one, an opportunity to respond to those comments, and then we'll close comments and discuss the matter as a commission. So that's kind of generally how things will proceed. We're going to go through some housekeeping items before we get there. If there is anybody in the room that has public comment that they want to offer about any items that are not on our agenda tonight, we'll have a period of time for that, and I'll announce that when we get there. So with that, then, we will jump in. The first item is our general business. I guess, Jeff, are there any general meeting items that we need to discuss?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. None this evening.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you for that. Then we will move on to the Planning Commission action summary. Do any commissioners have any questions or revisions to make to the minutes, our meeting minutes from January 24th and 26th of 2022? I'm not seeing any. Is there anybody that's willing to make a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Moved to approve and then seconded by Commissioner Rexroad by hand motion. Jeff, can you read the roll on that, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton, Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
The motion passes 8-0.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you. We'll move on to committee reports then. Are there any members of the commission that wish to offer reports for any committees that have met over the past month? Not seeing any hands. Luke Sinclair, Chair, we'll move on then to Section D, communications. Jeff, are there any written communications from the public that we need to receive?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. All the written communications we received were included as part of your packet this evening.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners. I see there's one listed there. Can you maybe touch base on that and then let us know if there's anything else?
Certainly. Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. This is a copy of a letter that was sent out to the area that you all probably know best is the west of K10 plan area that was sent out for an upcoming meeting the city's holding at Sports Pavilion Lawrence to talk about annexation in that area. So as the letter, you were all copied on that and as included as part of your packet this evening in case you want to have that information. We've also included, as you'll see at the end of your agenda, a note about attending that meeting. So if commissioners would like to attend it, the item is noticed appropriately for that purpose.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Jeff. If any commissioners have questions about that, Jeff, it would now be the appropriate time to raise those, or should we wait till the end of the miscellaneous new and old business?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Either would be fine on that front there. Commissioner, if they want time to percolate on that, we could do it at the end, or we could do it right now if there are questions.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I guess my preference maybe would be to wait till the end, given that we have people on the call that want to talk about some items, and we as a commission can talk about that stuff later, if that's okay with everyone. The next would be then, do we have any written actions of waiver requests or determinations made by the city engineer to receive?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. None this evening.
Are there any commissioners that need to disclose any ex parte communications? Commissioner Ashworth.
Yes, Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. I received a late afternoon email from Scott White about the item before us tonight, the solar regulations, expressing concern about the water quality analysis and the soil analysis, and that I'm sure will be covered during tonight's meeting.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. As usual, the ad hoc committee has had a lot of conversations with a variety of people, and we've tried to capture that in one document that I think Commissioner Carpenter might share. But I also had a late email communication just after the packet from Carrie Brandon with the Citizens for Responsible Solar, and I think that she and perhaps the rest of her team are going to cover that content in our spoken content.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Great. Thank you. Anybody else on the commission? Commissioner Rexroad.
Thanks. Commissioner Rexroad had a conversation with Dorothy Barnett from the Climate Group discussing the letter that she had sent in. Nothing outside of that letter was discussed, so everything's in the package for the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other commissioners? Okay, not seeing any. Do any commissioners need to declare abstentions from any of the specific agenda items tonight? Okay, good. Okay, now is the time then that we allow some general public comment. So like I mentioned earlier, if there is anyone in the room there or on this call that wants to offer comment on anything that we're not going to be taking up tonight, now's the time. You have 3 minutes per person. So raise your hand on the call here, on video, or if you're in person there, signify that you want to talk and you can step to the podium, and we'll just wait here. I'm seeing a couple hands raised on the call. Kyle, is there anybody in the room that looks like they want to talk?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I saw one hand. Does anybody have any general public comment for items that are not on the regular agenda?
Well, mine's not about solar, if that's what you mean. It's about oaths of office and bylaws and things like that. Would that be the time to speak about it?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So I guess, yeah, that.
We have one in-person public comments and 2 on Zoom.
Does that mean I can still comment on the solar stuff?
Of course, yeah, certainly.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
And Luke Sinclair, Chair, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for the record.
Yep, absolutely. So my name is Carrie Brandon, 450 East 2300 Road. And quickly, what I wanted to just bring you guys up to speed on in Douglas County is we had kind of an impromptu meeting with Johnson County last night. Their legal counsel spun up a meeting to talk about oaths of office and bylaws. And that was a direct result of, we have a task force member. Her name is Joyce Whittier. She's really a legal whiz. She's a ex-federal judge, paralegal. And so she's very knowledgeable, and she's been really very helpful with regards to Kansas state statutes. Long story short, Johnson County Planning Commission, although the Kansas state statute does say that you need to sign an oath of office when you become a planning commission board member, that did not happen. And it hasn't happened for some time. So that was one issue that was a problem. And the second issue that was a problem was the bylaws on the Johnson County side had not been even looked at or updated since the 1980s. So there were some things that needed to be or are currently being looked at and revised by the planning commissioners. So what I want to ask, and I want to ask it very respectfully, and I do not want to in any way, shape, or form make anyone defensive, but because of the things that have transpired on the Johnson County side, we feel that it would be prudent to also make sure that we look into how things are on the Douglas County side. So with that being said, I did send an email to the deputy clerk, Douglas County / Lawrence, Kansas. Her name is Eliza, I believe. And I'm sorry, I can't remember her last name, about oaths of office. And she said that there were no oaths of office for planning commission board members on the Douglas County side either that she could find. And so I'm not sure who would be the person that we could look to look into that a little bit more and make sure that the Douglas County side is also adhering to Kansas state statute where, they need to be, so that there are no issues with that. And then the other thing, and how am I in time? I don't see my counter. Oh, right there. Thank you. The other thing is, I've lost my train of thought. Oh, it would be the Kansas statute 12-744. This one, and this is what Karen and I kind of talked about a little bit today. Douglas County is kind of different because it's like a / joint city county governing entity, right? It's not, it's like combining the city of Lawrence with the Douglas County. The Planning Commission operates that way. One of the things that is a concern to us, and it does pertain to the statute 12-744, is a majority of the members of a county planning commission shall reside outside the corporate limits of any incorporated city in the county. And so in talking with Karen, she kind of explained to me that you all are considered a city / county planning commission. But we still have questions about that because the second part of the statute, the last sentence in the paragraph says a county, metropolitan, or regional planning commission may serve as the planning commission for a city. But in this case, it sort of feels like the city is serving as a planning commission for the county, or at least our unincorporated territories that are in the southeast to mid-east section of Douglas County. So clarification on that. If somebody could advise and point me in the right direction as to who could help with that, that is what I'm after with that comment. Does that make sense? And it's just for clarification to make sure that we are, because it feels like there's a lot of representation from the city of Lawrence with planning commission board members. You guys are doing a great job. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be critical, but we do want to be sure that we're following Kansas state statute. And the majority means, right now 7 members live in Lawrence and 3 are outside of Lawrence. So that would be a majority in one city incorporated area, which according to the statute is not supposed to be the way it is. And this being an unincorporated kind of issue with, I know I'm not supposed to talk about utility scale solar. That's where the concern kind of comes in. So that's what I'm looking for is a person, a contact. So
thank you, Ms. Brandon. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I don't know, Jeff, is there a way to get Ms. Brandon in contact with someone on that? I don't know if it would be someone from representing the county or from the city legal department, or if there's anybody on the call. I guess, Randy, you're on the call if anybody wants to address it now.
Yeah, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Ms. Brandon can contact our office. I saw some emails come through earlier today about this a little bit. That's the first I knew about it. But we can talk about that later whenever she gets up. But she can contact the city attorney's office.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Randy, are you able to provide maybe the phone number right now that she'd be able to write down, or an email address she could? Yes,
my direct line is 785-832. I use it so often. Let me get that for you. Hold on.
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. It's 832-3476.
That's it.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, I know there were a couple hands I saw on the Zoom call, but they've since gone down. If you have comments about anything other than what we're going to talk about here in a few minutes, which is the rezoning on Clinton Parkway and then the solar text amendment, now's your chance. Raise your hand or approach the podium.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I don't see anybody approaching the podium in the room here, and I'm not seeing any more hands going up via Zoom.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, general public comment then at this time, and move on to our regular agenda items. The first of which is to consider approving a request to rezone Z2100416, approximately 2.83 acres from RM24 district to RM32 district, located at 2125 Clinton Parkway. And I believe we have Sandy Day from planning to present the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, Planning Office. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for you, and I will ask you to follow along in the staff report for graphics and tables if you have specific questions about this proposed request. But briefly, the rezoning is proposed to allow for the development of property by intensifying the density. The property is currently zoned RM24, which is a high density residential district, and the proposed zoning RM32 is also a high density residential district. Property is surrounded by a variety of zoning districts. University zoning is located to the north on the north side of Clinton Parkway. RM24 zoning is located to the west, which is developed with religious institution use. Neighborhood commercial zoning is located to the south and west, and that includes retail sales uses, transient accommodations or a hotel, and restaurant uses. Property is currently developed with 58 units, residential units. The property can be improved up to a maximum of 9 additional units under the current zoning. The proposed request would allow up to 90 total units to be added to that existing development. Current use is for senior housing. The applicant, Lawrence Housing Authority, proposes to expand the existing services by adding units if the proposed zoning can be increased through the base density requirements of that district. This request is required to intensify to the development as an infill project, and policies related to intensification of density within the existing urban area are key components of Plan 2040 outlined in your staff report. Property is not part of any defined neighborhood, but it is included in the plan that was prepared for the 25th and Iowa area as part of the SMART code that supports high density residential development. The land use map prepared in the SMART code is included in your staff report on page 6 that shows what those walkable quarter mile areas look like. Review of the existing and proposed density really shows just a marked impact considered across that larger area. And we looked at the area being from Iowa over to Crossgate, Clinton Parkway down to about 27th Street as a proxy for neighborhood boundary. The proposed RM24 and RM32 are high density residential zoning districts, as I mentioned, and really only vary by the number of dwelling units that's allowed in either district. Both require appropriate transportation access, and this property is immediately adjacent to Clinton Parkway. In addition, the property is developed with an existing senior housing, so those support services are already in place. There's no anticipated detrimental impacts that would result from approving the change in zoning, and would allow for the additional housing in the area and the community where those established services are located. Staff does recommend approval of the rezoning. There are no conditions associated with this zoning. If the request is approved, the applicant would come forward with a site plan in the future, and the site plan would be administratively reviewed, but would also require notice to property owners as part of that process. Now, the applicant is on the line, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this proposed change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Who do we have on the line for the applicant?
Will Johnson, Associate Product Designer with Hurley Associates and formal applicant on behalf of the Douglas County Housing Authority. Sandy, thanks for your work on this. I think that more or less covered the major bits here. The only other thing that I do want to mention, just as an action of goodwill, we did reach out to the church to the west there and just kind of brief them on it. I don't believe any representative from the church is here, and I didn't anticipate them being here either. As I said, we briefed them on the project, and for all intents and purposes, they did endorse the project and did not express any sort of grievances or concerns regarding the project. Shannon Oury is also on the call here and is the representative of the Douglas County Housing Authority. And I believe Stan Hurnley as well is present physically. So if they have anything to add, I would turn it over to them.
I don't know if the chair should call on me or.
Oh, well, sorry. No, Luke Sinclair, Chair. You can go ahead, Ms. Oury.
Okay. Shannon Oury, Executive Director of the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. The only thing that I'd like to add is that, this is a project that will enable us to increase affordable housing One of the issues that the city and the Housing Authority find in trying to develop affordable housing is the cost of land. This uses land that we already own to increase the property. We have management on site, we have maintenance on site. So all the services that a property of this type will require are on site. The Housing Authority serves at least 75% of individuals who are considered by HUD to be extremely low income. And that's individuals who make 30% of area median income. And just as a rough estimate for a single household, that'd be about $17,000 a year. It's very difficult to live in Lawrence, Kansas. If that is your income, we serve many. This property will serve exclusively seniors, but many of our seniors are also disabled, and we intend to develop it such that we can also meet that need. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Luke Sinclair, Chair. And I think Mr. Johnson indicated there was maybe someone else that may be in person, Stan, and I can't remember the last name. If you have anything else to add, you're welcome to, sir.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. No in-person comment at this time.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you very much for that. We then, at this point, will entertain public comment. If anybody is in the room or on the call, please approach the podium or raise your hand, and you'll have 3 minutes to offer comment on this application.
This is not.
Sorry.
So no comment on a rezoning application, right? Okay.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I don't think we have any in-person comment on this. But.
Okay, thanks. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then we'll bring it back to the commission. Are there any commissioners that have questions for staff or the applicant, or anything they want to talk about on this particular request to rezone? Commissioner Rexroad?
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroad. I think the questions for the applicant, first one is if you receive the rezoning request and you're able to drive greater density there, do you anticipate any problems? I'm looking at the overview drawing of this, and you anticipate any problems with parking? How will you handle the increased density there and what looks like an already full parking lot if you add more density to that?
Will Johnson, Hurley Associates product designer. So as you can see there on the site plan, we are proposing adding additional parking in that southwest corner. But I mean, generally speaking, this doesn't incur a heavy flow of traffic. It is accessed via a frontage road, so it's not directly off of Clinton Park or anything like that. But we are proposing to add those 25, is that right? Spaces in that southwest corner there.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. A question, I think, for Sandra Day. Sandra, do I understand correctly? I'm a little confused because I see drawings and references to new project, but I think this is really only as a rezoning request, but then this is in anticipation of a project that might be brought forward later, or is there an actual project behind this?
Sandy Day, planning. Part of the zoning application is usually request for the applicant to provide some kind of conceptual plan for the development of the property. So the applicant has prepared that in anticipation of an application that they would submit. We do not have a site plan that has been submitted at this time. Wouldn't be able to really process it because it would exceed what the zoning would allow. But the applicant, I think, has done enough work that they are sharing it with you so you have a concept of what it is that they're looking at. We are not asking you to weigh in on the site plan itself or any of the design concepts. Staff has not reviewed that material in terms of its compliance with the existing land development code. It is really provided more for reference.
So silly questions like, do you have enough parking, probably are out of scope for tonight.
For tonight, it is. It's a valid question.
I should have started there.
As far as development goes, when you're looking at increase in density, those are all components that we will review quite closely with a formal application submittal for the site plan.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rexroad, nothing you bring up could be out of scope. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commission. Of course, I have several questions, but I'll start with one for Sandy, and that is, I know this is the rezoning only, but is this expected to be a smart code application? This would be only our second ever, so I thought I would ask, and I know that that also influences how much parking is required. It's kind of that new urban design. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. This is a request for zoning within the land development code, not the smart code. But one of the questions that is as part of the application, part of the staff report, is any area plans. So I did use that particular plan, if you will, really as a reference to development patterns in that area. So I think there's some broad support for some increase in density, but this is by no means intended to be a rezone to the smart code itself. If you were to see that, you would see something like a T5 zone, and this is not. This is conventional zoning we are looking at.
And Willie, Planning Commissioner, thank you for that. I noticed the language about the smart code there and not a full smart code application. So I was curious about that, and I appreciate you updating us on that. I'll ask another question, then I'll see if anybody else wants some. This property likely does not have two emergency vehicle access points. Is that required for this kind of density? Sandy, that's probably a question for you.
Sandy Day, Planning Office, that'll be a piece that we look at. Typically, it is on the order of 30 or 50 units. I don't remember exactly what that is, but part of that access requirement also deals with the type of construction. So when we're talking about multi-dwelling units, because those are probably going to be required to be sprinkled, that may address some of the access. We haven't gotten into that discussion yet with fire prevention staff, and that is possibly something that could come up. I don't know if the architecture firm has looked at that preliminarily. We have not, but that moves into that site plan component question, and access, building safety, public safety, those are all components we'll be looking at with a more detailed application.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Stan Hernley is in the room and would like to provide comment to that.
Good evening, Commissioner. Stan Hernley, Hernley Associates. We took a quick look at access when we were putting together the concept plan, and with fire sprinkling, we would be in our preliminary investigation not required to have two access points.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hernley. Commissioner Willie, does that address your question satisfactorily?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other questions or comments from the Commission? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Sorry, I didn't see anyone else. Was this planning to be, this is a single lot that is, currently has the housing on it, and it'll be one lot that is rezoned, and then the additional construction will be on the same lot, or is there a lot split that will likely come with this? This question for Sandy.
Sandy Day, Planning Office. At this point, it is a platted lot, and they would be, with this development, be able to add an additional structure to that lot. To my knowledge, there is no proposed lot split coming forward with this application.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, thank you for that. And I guess that is all the questions I had, and I'm wildly in favor of it, of the rezoning. I think it gives us density in a place that is great for density. I've often driven by that green space and kind of wondered if that has a future for us for housing. So I'm excited to see it come forward, and I'm very much in favor of it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Ashworth.
Chair Ashworth, Planning Commission. Just a quick comment. This does sort of illustrate what we're hoping for from Plan 2040 in terms of added density and affordable housing. And if nobody has any questions, I'd be willing to offer a motion.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think I'm happy to entertain a motion, and if people have additional questions or comments, we could probably still have some time to work those through.
Okay, Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. I move the Planning Commission recommend approval of the request to rezone approximately 2.83 acres from RM24 district to RM32 district based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. That's a motion to approve it. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carter, I think, got his hand up first, seconded by hand motion. Any other comments that any commissioners wish to make or questions they have? Okay, I'm assuming, or Commissioner Carter, I see you unmuted. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm just ready to vote.
Okay. All right, I hardly approve this. I think it's a great project also. Jeff, could you go ahead and read the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton? Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. And then we'll move on to our second item, which is to consider a text amendment, TA 2100173, to add standards for commercial utility scale solar energy conversion systems to the zoning regulations for unincorporated Douglas County. And I believe we have Mary Miller from Planning to do the presentation on this one.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Mary Mellors, planner. And I've been having some sound difficulties. My internet's been a little unstable, so I'm going to turn off my camera and let me know, somebody interrupt me if there's issues with my sound. I will be sharing my screen. And as you mentioned, this is a text amendment for developing standards for solar energy conversion systems in the unincorporated portion of Douglas County. And this item has been before the Commission several times since it was initiated by the Board of County Commissioners in May of 2021. Most recently, there was a study session in January at which there was no public comment, but the Planning Commission provided questions and comments. And following the study session, the committee worked on the revised language. We also provided the draft language to the county councilor for his comments and also to the county engineer for his comments. He had provided comments early in this process, and we just wanted his opinion of how things had been developed. So I'm going to go through and do an overview of the amendment, and that's primarily for people who maybe have not been involved in this as it went forward. I'll try to make this relatively brief. There are 3 types of solar energy conversion systems addressed in these standards. The first one is an accessory or personal And these are exempt. They do not require a conditional use permit. They are processed or regulated through the building code. And so if a building permit is required, you would go through that process. The two that do require conditional use permits are the limited scale. This was formerly called small scale. It's going to be 5 acres. That's been increased up to 20 acres. And these are exempt from some of the standards. And then we had the utility or commercial scale, which is between 20 and 1,000 acres. And all of the standards apply to that. There are 3 basic components of the draft language. We start out with kind of a section that discusses the intent and purpose of the regulations. And this is very helpful when we're reviewing an application. We can look at the standards and we can go back and look at what were they intended to accomplish. And that helps us see how they should apply. And so in that section, there is a portion where we say, what are we intending to look at with the review of the application? We're going to look at the potential impacts and how we can minimize those. We review the company, the operator, experience, reputation, financial ability, to ensure they're qualified and capable. We want to ensure there's adequate decommissioning and reclamation, and that there's an adequate bond to ensure that the decommissioning and reclamation occurs, that there's adequate emergency services, and then we also look at the degree to which agricultural uses and wildlife habitat are accommodated. The second part of the draft language are the standards, and we have established standards for various components. Most of those are listed here. For instance, we have the maximum area, and as I mentioned, there's 20 acres for limited and 1,000 acres for commercial utility scale. There's limits on the amount of grading that is possible. Only 5% of the total site area may be graded. And then there's a maximum height. Solar panels cannot be taller than 15 feet tall. These are all eligible for modifications from the Commission. So if there was a modification to exceed, that would be provided in the application. It'd be staff, planning commission, consider it, make a recommendation, and then it would be the county commission would ultimately decide if the modification would be approved. Another standard is that the location be designed or selected so that it accommodates the future growth of the unincorporated cities or the incorporated cities in the county, Lecompton, Baldwin City, and Eudora. So we would work with them if there were any facilities proposed near them to minimize the impact on environmentally sensitive lands, to minimize glare. And then we look at the type of vegetation. There's been a lot of talk about the erosion potential. So we want to make sure the land is vegetated, and there's a lot of standards regarding using native grasses or grasses for grazing, pollinator plants, agricultural row crops, whatever. And so that's the standards are listed there under the vegetation. Preservation of topsoil. The setbacks are listed, and basically the setbacks are the setbacks in that zoning district. Also, there's a 500-foot setback existing residents. And then fencing, and you may recall we discussed fencing at quite a lot of lengths in our various meetings, and wildlife-friendly fencing around the perimeter should be used whenever possible. And security fencing is required where there's the high electricity components, the substations or the battery storage. Wildlife corridors are required. A 25-foot buffer area is required. And I should mention that setbacks and buffer areas, it's possible for the adjacent property owner to sign a waiver from those. And so those can be reduced if the property owner is willing. Standards for battery storage, standards for sign, lighting, noise, trying to minimize the impact on adjacent properties, requirements for ongoing maintenance. Groundwater testing is required prior to the installation or the beginning of the operation facility. And what they test for decided on a case-by-case basis with each application. It'll be based on the actual chemicals which are used in the proposed panels, and also a pesticide panel will be required. And then the modifications, as I mentioned, there are some modifications that are possible from the Board of County Commissioners, and that section kind of explains, it lists the ones that are possible and explains the reasons that would be seen as suitable for a modification. The method for transfer of operator, and then allowing third-party reviews, particularly for the larger projects. And the third part of the draft language is pertains to the plans and other materials that are required. On the left column, we have the plans, and these may each be a separate plan, or they could be a plan sheet in a large plan, depending upon the size and complexity of the project. We want to see an existing conditions plan, the proposed conditions plan, the grading plan, stormwater management, operation maintenance, traffic, road maintenance, landscaping. And landscaping is only required in those buffer areas between the facility and existing residences. And so that would have some specific landscaping based on the unique situation and based on the characteristics with each application. A vegetation maintenance plan or agrivoltaic plan. And so whatever type of vegetation is being proposed, we want a maintenance plan to show how that's going to be maintained for at least 3 years until it's well established, so that we can ensure we have vegetation to reduce erosion and also to help maintain soil health or even improve soil health during the life of the facility. The emergency fire and safety plan, and that will be provided to our emergency services and following this, and that way they'll also have training, they'll have the plan, and that way they'll be ready to tackle any emergency that might occur. There is a soil sampling plan. Soil sampling is required at various times, so before the facility begins, prior to decommissioning, and then with any spills. And there is a set process for doing these soil samples. And then, of course, the decommissioning and reclamation plan. Other materials that are required, we have an additional public notice. This is we require this also for cell towers and the wind farms. And it's the same type of a public notice that we have people send out for site plans. And that way they notify the public when they submit the application. With most projects, we notify the public 20 days before the Planning Commission meeting. And with large projects, that's usually not enough time for people in the neighborhood to be able to consider the project and have any input. And so they're required to notify the public when they submit the application. There's also a requirement that they provide us with information on the public outreach. We expect them to reach out to the neighboring public, provide them information, hopefully gather input, so that perhaps they can mitigate some concerns even before they submit the application. Liability insurance is required, and you'll notice in the draft language that was revised. That's been altered so that it's the same liability insurance requirement that the county has for their other projects. And then we have manufacturer specifications, installation methods, construction impacts. These are analyzed so that we can mitigate any impacts. A lot of times with construction, there's vibration or there's noise. And if this is near other land uses, such as residential or agriculture or churches, schools, we'd want to have mitigating that, and often done with reduced hours or maybe all methods of construction. The equipment specifications and interconnection agreement, the stormwater pollution prevention plan. KTHE has to approve that. We just want a copy of it. The glare analysis, and then the performance bond. So those materials are all required with the application to allow us a full review. So at the study session, there were several questions raised by the Planning Commission, and some of these were resolved in the revised language. You can see there were changes made. And I just wanted to mention those that are on the screen here. One question was on the transfer of operator. And with our earlier language, we had proposed that the CUP go back to the Planning Commission and then go to the County Commission for consideration of the new operator. And the Planning Commission had suggested that it just be a whole new CUP whenever the operator changes. And that caused us to rethink this standard, because the CUP actually goes with the land. It does not go with the person. And so the proposal now is that the transfer of operator would need to be approved by the County Commission. That way they can evaluate it, ensure that they're capable, that they have the reputation and the experience and the financial ability to operate the facility and to handle the reclamation. And that decision would be made at that level rather than requiring the CUP to be renewed. The commission asked if we could require that the operator provide us with copies of the leases, and the county counselor said that he could write that in, but he would like to know what the reasoning would be. And he noted that we do require owner authorization forms. So every property owner will need to sign an owner authorization form, which says they give their permission for this to be done on their property. And so we'll have those in the file. If there's another reason to have leases, he could write it if that was the decision to do that. The question was raised, should we make the property owners responsible for reclamation or decommissioning costs if the performance bond is found not to be enough? And again, he said he thought he could write that. He didn't know if that was something that we should do. He wasn't looking into that. He was just looking to whether legally he would be able to write that language. And he said, if that's the way we decided to go, we could. We don't do that for other projects. We don't require property owners to take on the cost of reclamation for quarries, for instance, if the bond is not enough, but it's something that you could consider. The question was raised, should we require compensation for reduced property values? And the county councilor advised against that. He said that it would probably open up a lot of litigation because when property values fluctuate, it's difficult to point to one cause. It could be the economy. It could be maintenance. It could be other activities happening in the area. And so he thought this would result in a lot of litigation. He didn't know where the county would want to be in that litigation. And the question was raised, do we consider housing density? And we certainly do. With every conditional use permit, you'll notice we always have a question, what is the character of the area and is it compatible with the character? And many times we have maps where there's little dots showing where every residence is. And this is particularly helpful when we have high intensity activities such as quarries or event centers, like what the impact would be. A solar facility is relatively low impact. It's low noise, low traffic, but we would still consider housing density. And probably more than housing density, the housing proximity, how close houses are, that may require more buffering. And, but that is certainly considered. It's considered as part of the overall conditional use permit. And then there's a question, could we set requirements for where they obtain their panels? And the county councilor said that would be outside of the scope of the conditional use permit since we're primarily looking at land use. And so he recommended we not set a standard for that. There were some public comments in your packet. And this is just a summary of the comments I saw. There were comments on the acreage cap. One felt that the 1,000 acre cap was too limiting and that it might prohibit projects. The other one recommended a smaller cap of 500 acres. There was one comment about the agrivoltaic language. I believe this comment may have been referring to the previous version, and that has been revised to where we are encouraging agrivoltaics, but there is no requirement. And especially as that communication noted, right now we don't have a lot of agrivoltaic activities. We don't have a lot of sheep farmers. We don't have a lot of farmers that have experience with farming under solar panels. So we wouldn't be able to require it, but it is being encouraged. There was a comment that the 25-year time frame might not be long enough. The panels may not be used up by that time. But the 25-year time frame does not mean that the facility ends in 25 years. It just means that the CUP ends and they can apply for a new CUP and then it can be reevaluated. So if there were concerns or if there had been issues, if it's no longer as appropriate, that could be addressed at that time. Otherwise, the CUP could be approved for another time frame, whichever one the Planning Commission would select or the County Commission. The limitation on grading, there was a comment on that. We do limit that to 5% of the site area. That's what's being recommended. And the site area is the area under the panels. So it's not the CUP area, just where panels are located. The prohibition on grading, there was a concern we should fit class 1 and 2 soils. And this was a change the committee made consciously because we look at prime farmland, and prime farmland includes class 1 and 2 and 3 soils. And so limiting the grading to 5% of the site area, it was felt that that was enough to protect the class 1 and 2 soils and the overall prime farmland. There was a question, one comment was, could we have requirements for how panels are disposed? To a degree we may, but that would be something we determine with each CUP application. And the purpose for that is technology is constantly changing. There may be different ways of disposing of panels. Sometimes they're reused, sometimes they're recycled. And we could certainly have some prohibition, like you cannot bury panels or they couldn't be put into a landfill in Douglas County. But that would be something we would look at with each application. And then there was one communication that provided a comparison of solar and conventional electrical production. And so that is just an overview of the amendment. The draft language was in your packet along with just a memo outlining the changes. And so this is coming to you today with a recommendation for approval and forwarding it on to the County Commission with a recommendation for approval. And if you have any changes you want to see, we would ask that you would provide staff with direction for that. before it gets placed on the county commission agenda. And if you felt necessary, you return to you again if you see it one more time if it goes to the agenda. Don't have an applicant. This was initiated by the county commission, and so that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Since there is no applicant, we'll open up public comment. I guess before we do that, though, Commissioner Carpenter, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sinclair. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, I guess Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee. I think it'd be helpful just to mention a few things. I'd like to go over a couple of topics and open it up for the other members of the Ad Hoc Committee to make comments before we get to the public comment. And then that might give everybody a better context for other commissioners to ask us questions or ask Mary questions or anyone else questions after the public comment. First, I just want to say a big thank you to the other members of the Ad Hoc Committee, Vice Chair Ashworth, Commissioner Rexroad, and Commissioner Willie. We put in an incredible amount of time over the last months. We have listened to many people, read lots of documents, chased down all kinds of information for us to discuss. And so I just want to say how much I appreciate how the work that put into this, with what Commissioner Rexroad described to me, seemed to be us going in circles at times. But I like to think that we never actually came back to the same point. So we were more in a spiral in a direction. And because this was such a comprehensive topic, it took a while for us to be completely immersed in all the different concerns and types of information we had to consider. And each time we made a suggested change, we had to go back and look and see how that impacted other things in the regulations. So we did go around and around and around, but we've come up with this proposal to the rest of the commission tonight, which I think we're pretty happy with, and in the way that it addresses all the various community and industry and county interests. I just want to point out a little bit about what the scope here was. We have, as a use permitted by conditional use permit in both Ag 1 and Ag 2, county zoning, CUP for major utilities. Staff determined that the scope of these requests or inquiries that were coming in from the industry met that definition of a major utility. However, we had no specific rules under which to accept a conditional use permit. I would point out that large scale solar is not covered by the Kansas Corporation Commission, and discussions between county staff and the Kansas Corporation Commission, what came back to us is their Kansas Corporation Commission is not interested in getting involved in this type of regulation. So unlike any other kind of large scale industrial, most of the onus is on the county to come up with the rules and regulations. The text amendment before you tonight is only the outline of what is to be in the application for a conditional use permit. It does not reflect any specific project that we may know about or projects we don't know about. It also doesn't reflect the concerns of any specific landowners or part of the county. These regulations are meant to apply to the entire county, to all the rural areas, and to any applicant for a conditional use permit for large scale solar. Minor tinkering comes with the conditional use permit when staff works with an applicant and listens to the public and suggests additional conditions on the conditional use permit, which can also be increased when it comes to the Planning Commission for final recommendation to the County Commission. So what we've tried to do here is create a framework with some built-in flexibility. As one of the letters that came to us, I believe from the Post-Anelli law firm on behalf of NextEra, for what they described as a nuanced amendment. There's a lot of sliding scales and variations possible in here, some with the agreement of non-participating landowners, some variations in height of panels to try to accommodate following the lay of the land, which is how we came back to our grading restrictions and so forth. But we'll go through all that later. But I just wanted to just say, this is just the first step. These are the rules under which we accept applications. This is not about any particular application. And hard work comes, believe it or not, the hard work comes when there is an application. I'd also like to just take a couple of minutes and go through and thank all the people that have provided us information. I can't name every individual, so I'm going to kind of group them together. These are groups and individuals that have or actually met with the subcommittee in one of our meetings, or we've gone out to their meetings. So I'm just saying, representatives of the industry, we talked to and people from the engineering firms of Black & Veatch, Burns and McDonald. We have had meetings with many representatives from NextEra, Clean Energy, Evergy, Post-Anelli Law Firm with NextEra, Savion of Kansas City, and yeah. So we've heard a lot of what they had to say, and I have to say, I think both of those meetings, comments that came back to us is we were asking questions that they'd not been asked before. And I think that's kind of reflects well on the other members of the subcommittee and our planning staff. With the county, this has been reviewed, and we've had meetings with Douglas County Sustainability Advisory Board. We actually had a joint meeting with them. Douglas County Food Policy Council, the Lawrence Douglas County Sustainability Office, all the fire chiefs in Douglas County, Douglas County Emergency Management, Douglas County Public Works, Douglas County Zoning and Codes, the Lawrence and Johnson County Planning Commission has allowed us to observe and actually participate in a meeting or two of theirs. We have had a meeting that included Douglas County planning staff, Johnson County planning staff, and Sedgwick County planning staff to talk about some issues. We've heard from the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. We've had some input from County Commissioner Shannon Reed in what she'd been hearing from constituents. And we've had a review of this document by County Legal. From the environmental side, we've heard from the Great Plains Institute, the Nature Conservancy, Ward Labs, which has provided input about the soil and water testing, City Commissioner Lisa Larson in her role as an environmental geologist, also about testing procedures, the K-State Extension wildlife biologist, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, the Solar Grazing Association, Central Grazing Company, Clean Energy Business Council, Climate and Energy Project, Kansas Sierra Club, Kansas Rural Center, LETUS, which is the Lawrence Ecology Teams United in Sustainability, which is a church group that it's involved, First Presbyterian Earth Care Forum, Friends of the Caw, Sustainability Action Committee, Santa Fe Trail Association, and the Kansas Audubon Society. And lastly, I want to just extend a great thank you to all the community members through Citizens for Responsible Solar. You heard Carrie Brandon. I helped lead that group. The people at Enright Gardens, Whitetail Run Winery, and others. They have put in countless hours in providing us information and comments, including several hundred petitions from people in both Douglas and Johnson County expressing concerns. I think we've been through those, and I think we've addressed most of those in what's before the commission tonight. So with that, I'm going to stop and see if Vice Chair Ashworth or Commissioner Rexroad or Willie have anything they'd add before we go to public comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad.
Thanks. This is Commissioner Rexroad. Start +1 on the last comment that Commissioner Carpenter had made about how much I appreciate, how much we appreciate the many, many hours that people in the industry, in our community, from all around have spent on this. Hundreds and hundreds of pages of information, hours and hours of content, makes this one of the most well-heard subjects that I've certainly been a part of. Just want to share that, that from my perspective, we've had this enormous responsibility to find a way to marry some of arguably America's finest farm ground with critical need in renewable energy, but it's also a heavy industrial use. So bringing this heavy industrial use together with this farm ground and do it in a way that doesn't destroy either. I'm very pleased with the outcome of this. And I just want to share that just from my perspective, we didn't seek compromise through this. Rather, what we sought was the right way to support both the need as well as the values that we hold as a community. I believe that what we've provided in this is a framework in these regulations that allow a project, of almost any size to come forward, but to do it in a way that gives both the Planning Commission and the County Commission a framework, the guidelines, the necessary means to really evaluate that relative to what our community's assets can support and what our values ask from us. So I just want to thank Commissioner Carpenter, Willie, and Ashworth for the time that they've all spent in this, and look forward to the feedback tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth, Planning Commission. I won't belabor the points that made anymore. Thank you very much for making those points. I agree with all of it. It was a great endeavor to be a part of, to really understand the sausage making, as it's called, and how that all works. And we learned a great deal, not only about our community, but also about this new type of use, land use. So I'll just say ditto for now for the comments that have been made. Thank you all.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Thank you again to everybody, and especially to staff and community and industry when we helped us with answering questions and helped our learning curve, which was very steep. We came a long way. As far as the public process goes, I'm really proud of this. This is the only thing I like this that I've been involved with. This was more intense than Plan 2040. We put more months into it. We had more public input and more meetings than we did even with that. And that was, fairly intense too. We first saw this in June. We saw it again in August. Most text amendments, even big text amendments, don't get more than 2 hearings at the Planning Commission. This very well could have been adopted at our August meeting. There was a lot of interest in doing that at the August meeting. We decided it needed a deeper dive, and we have learned a tremendous deal. So you will probably hear tonight from people who say they didn't have enough time to engage, didn't have time to look over our work. And I would go back to that extra 6 months that we've given this from the August time when we could have adopted it until now. It's been fully public, fully available. We've had volunteer members that have put in countless hours from the community just to read and understand. So just for the commission to keep in mind, when we if we do indeed hear that, we did see some in the packet, that we don't want to dishonor the people that did put in those hours when they were reached out to. Not everybody did take the chance to weigh in, and here we are. But I feel very much that we have heard all perspectives, that we've started to hear some of the same information over. So I think we have we're likely not to hear, at least for the ad hoc committee, a whole lot of new content tonight. So just know that in most of the things we will hear, we have considered and intentionally dealt with the best we could in county regulations. We've put in what we feel are the necessary protections for Douglas County land, Douglas County rural space, Douglas County soils, and yet left the flexibility for industry as potentially good neighbors, as potential good players in this field. We have not demonized industry. We have left room, even though we've put some kind of boundaries for the protections we need. We've also left room and flexibility for creativity, to bring some of the values that we care to have. These are different regulations than most places have seen before, maybe any place. When we've reached out to like Great Plains Institute and the Nature Conservancy, organizations that care deeply about green energy production, large scale green energy production, and also environmental protection, they had a lot of these values in their statements and their public statements, but they did not know how to advise us to encode them into regulations. And I think we've come across something that is pretty tight. We have no requirements whatsoever for agrivoltaics, but we've left a lot of room to say we care about that, we want that, and we're willing to give flexibility on other things that an applicant might want. So I think we've left the door wide open for some really creative and just interesting uses of that space. It's still, every item that comes forward is going to be difficult, just because these are large land uses and there are a lot of opinions and thoughts around them. But I think we have given future planning commissions enough of a guideline that they can understand the work that we did and then apply their own best thoughts to each item as it comes forward. So I'm very proud of this team and I'm very proud of this work.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you so much each for those wonderful words and for speaking up now before going into public comment. I think with that, I think that's a good way to sort of preface the discussion. So I guess we'll, at this point, open up public comment, as I tried to do prematurely before. If there is anybody in the room on this call, the Zoom call, please, if you're in the room, go ahead and approach the podium. If you're on the call and you want to make comments, you can raise your hand and we'll sort things out and call on you as we progress. And just as a reminder, there'll be a 3-minute limit on public comment. And if I try to interrupt or cut you off, please don't be offended. But it's just trying to maintain organization and being respectful to the other people that are on the call that want to make comment as well. So with that,
start the video, and when you want to,
if you haven't been called on yet, please keep your cameras muted.
Planning and Development Services Director, Mr. Chair, would you like us to focus on one format first, the in-person or the Zoom as part of the public comment?
Luke Sinclair, Chair, I think that's probably a good suggestion. Maybe if we can focus on the people in person first, just to keep things rolling along, and work our way through that, and then we'll move to the Zoom call. And if there are anyone in person that decide they want to talk later on, I guess we could address that at that time.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Okay, we do have people ready to speak at the podium this evening.
Okay, thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. And as you speak, please remember to say your name and your address so we can note that and then observe the 3-minute limit. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Barbara Kerr. I live at 583 East 2300 Road, within a quarter mile of one of the proposed projects. I just have 3 things to say. One is that in August, when we first learned about this, it was the very same week that David and Deanna Alvarez were here, and I had begun our plans for agritourism. We are creating a professional development center that'll be a retreat center, providing a number of different kinds of services, among them equine assisted psychotherapy that's been validated as a really good treatment for first responders and people who've had the kind of trauma that happened during COVID. So we were overwhelmed with sadness when we found out that, oh my gosh, it's probably going to be approved in August. And then when we learned that the ad hoc committee had been formed and kept track of the work of the ad hoc committee, gave comments, became a part of the process of both educating and being educated. As this happened, we came to see and understand that we were heard. And I want to make that very clear with great gratitude to the ad hoc committee that the Citizens for Solar Responsibility were heard, and that we were heard about the very things we were most concerned about. In fact, you found a few other things that we didn't find, and there were 60 of us working on it. So I'm really impressed with that work. And again, we felt heard. Second, I wanted to address one of the concerns that I read in a letter that came to you as part of the public comment, a concern that this might discourage future development and future solar companies from coming in. And I wanted to state my opinion that it really does not in any way discourage responsible solar industry from coming in. That instead, it encourages responsibility. It encourages those companies that are strategic rather than opportunistic. And it encourages those companies that are willing to get to know the community and to engage in a two-way conversation that's open and transparent. So I wanted to address that. And third, there are a few things that I would change. I would love it to be 500 instead of 1,000 acres. I'd like there to be greater setbacks. But democracy is about compromise, and I understand that this is an act of compromise.
Ms. Kerr, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just concluding in a few moments.
Sure.
That'd be great.
The last thing I want to say is that I know that you've not included in this the cost of inspection and monitoring, and that will be a big cost. But I do want to note that there will be about 200 volunteer inspectors of any company that comes in, and that we won't stop here, but we'll continue to maintain the character and the nature, the beauty, and the history of our area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Luke Sinclair, Chair. If you'd like to make a comment in person, please approach the podium.
Alan England, 17090 Evening Star Road, Edgerton. And looking at the written comments for this meeting, there were some comments from the industry about the 1,000 acre cap being unrealistic and need to be bigger. So let's look at where that came from. A NextEra company with estimated revenue of $21 billion a year, who can afford to pay their CEO $23 million a year. The 1,000 acre cap does not encumber their financial viability, but they also say it doesn't meet the criteria for mitigation of climate change. Using the upper range of an off-sided industry metric of 6 to 8 acres of solar panels per megawatt, a 1,000 acre project could generate 125 megawatts of electricity. Reviewing NextEra's website this afternoon, I found 72 utility scale solar projects in the development construction phase. 72. Out of those 72, 53 are 125 megawatts or less. That's 75%. 25 of the projects are 50 megawatts or less. In our home state of Florida, there are 43 projects that are operational or in the development stage, and not even one of those exceeds 75 megawatts. Using 8 megawatts per acre as the gauge, that's about 600 acres per project. Their actions, not their words, demonstrate they can build financially viable projects on a scale much smaller than 1,000 acres. Sure, they want projects as big as possible. They'll make more money. But except for the solar industry and the few landowners who stand to profit, none of us here are here because we want to maximize corporate profits. We want responsible solar. Solar that fits in with our communities and retains the character of our communities. And we want Douglas County to remain a great place for people to live and to raise families. There's no need to increase the maximum project size. If anything, it should be reduced to mitigate the impacts on our communities. I support a maximum of 500 acres recommended by the Sustainability Action Network. That size would support projects similar to in scale to the 43 projects that NextEra has in their home state of Florida. Thank you.
Sinclair Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anglin.
Travis Hardy, 421 East 2400th Road. I just want to thank the committee. Like we heard, I mean, they've reached out to us and actually listened to us, and that is refreshing in comparison to across the county line. I would like to ask the question, though, with all of this, how is this benefiting the citizens and the county? Because at the bottom line, that's what it's about. Everything that's done really should be about the county and the citizens there. Are we going to make money on this? I don't know. I mean, has anyone actually run the numbers, looked at it, took 1,000 acres and said, all right, put 1,000 acres, get the panels on here. How much will we make due to the tax abatement? That's my question. Maybe a lot, maybe not. But I think that's something that really needs to be looked at, because it's all about the county and it's all about the people. It's not about, feel good and we're doing our duty for, making the environment better. It's really about the people here. And I can tell you, no one here wants this out. Bottom line, we're going to live out there and we don't want it. Now, others in the county, they probably do want it. I mean, 50-50, I don't know, probably not. The bottom line, though, is how is this good for us? And I just don't see it. If you go and look at how many panels you would have to lay out there to basically replace one of the coal facilities, it's astronomical. Like it's a ton, right? The amount of land it would take to do that is crazy. I mean, it's not realistic. And if we move in the direction of only going with solar and shutting down these coal facilities because they're polluting, we will end up like Texas. I can tell you, my aunt lives in Texas. What she do and her friends, they bought generators because they're afraid what's going to happen. That will happen here. If we shut down the coal facilities and fully rely on this renewable energy, we're going to be in trouble. It's reality. I mean, weather isn't great all the time and things will happen. So I'm just asking, really, really think about this before you vote on this. How is it benefiting us right here, right now? And my opinion is, put a bullet in this, kill it. Other places have done this with wind. I know there's concerns about, if we do that, maybe the state's going to, come in and tell us what to do. That hasn't happened yet. The places have done this in Kansas with wind. Probably not going to happen here. Just asking you, stop this before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Who's next there in person?
I guess I'm up. My name is Byron Wiley, 645 Main. I wanted to thank the Planning Commission for their care and attention to this matter. It's a very complex topic, as you've found out. It seems that many speak about the cleanliness of solar PV. It's as if the pesky problems are just invisible because of our compounding concerns related to our finite non-renewable resources. The goal, I think, that all of you would agree, is to live sustainably on this planet. Yet the term sustainability has been devalued and cloaked, really meaning dependence on non-renewable fossil fuel. I thought that a process is sustainable if it can be sustained without using non-renewable resources. True sustainable living considers the well-being of the planet without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And so where is that precautionary ethic going forward with this? Decades ago, I think that with best intentions, the idea started to be implanted in our minds that future energy needs could be met with renewable energy technology. It sounded great. It sounded sort of magical. But I think what's missing in the conversation is a comprehension about the life cycle of the equipment that we're talking about. We have to look at the long view and to think about the consequences our future generations will face when considering the fixes. Kicking the can down the road, making a quick buck at the expense of our limited resources is doing them a disservice. Solar PV is completely dependent on dense petroleum energy for every step of the process. Mining and its social justice consequences, refining, transportation, manufacturing, and ultimately recycling. None of these processes is clean. It just looks clean when you see it out in the field. But if you look deeply, you'll find something else. They use volumes of non-renewable energy every step of the way. And it just perpetuates the unsustainable. And, you know, we talk about when we've heard about the limited lifespan of this equipment, maybe 25 years, maybe 30, and then a lot of energy to recycle it. And you've addressed this, but you need to consider the cost of the farmland. It's a finite resource. So please keep the project small for the industrial use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody in the chambers there that wishes to step up, please do. Don't be bashful. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Sure. Hi, my name is Cindy Fitzgerald. I live at 254 East 2300 Road, Edgerton, Kansas. I spent some time reviewing the Douglas County Comprehension Plan, the Horizon 2020. That is an extensive plan. Everything that I've read, and I know you guys probably know it well, but everything in the plan talks about how the rural land in Douglas County needs to be preserved and what you need to do. It talks about limiting residential communities. They need to be sent back closer to the urban area so we can keep the urban or the rural land rural. It says guidelines are needed to protect and maintain the rural character of Douglas County and to ensure adequate facilities and services are provided. Conserve the rural, this is goal 2, reserve or conserve the rural character of Douglas County. Rural residential development should be clustered residents to minimize impacts on the rural character of Douglas County. And it talks about Douglas County to protect existing agricultural and natural uses in those areas beyond the UGA of Lawrence and other incorporated cities. It also, one other thing I thought was important, it says agricultural uses should continue to be predominant land use within the areas of the county beyond the designated urban growth. Uses permitted in the rural areas should continue to be limited to those which are compatible with agricultural production and uses. Solar, the industrial solar that's headed our way is not agricultural production. And the other question I had, are you going to rezone this? Because everything I've read, I'm not going to, because I know you guys know the plan well. Are you going to go in and rezone this ground? Because really this ground needs to be rezoned commercial. And then if you get into your, what the guidelines that you have for the comprehension plan in regards to commercial, it's not allowed out there. It's really not. And if you are going to allow this, so I wish somebody could answer me, are you going to rezone it or is that the zoning board's decision? Because I think that's important. I mean, if that makes sense, because really it's no longer agricultural. A solar farm is not agricultural. You're not growing anything. We raise performance horses and we farm. That's farming. Solar, industrial solar is not. So I would like that question answered is, are you going to rezone it? Because it really needs to be rezoned. And also you talked about the studies. That's wonderful. You guys have done a lot of work on this, on how it's going to impact wildlife, how it's going to impact the ground, how it's going to impact water. Where was the study that you guys requested on the emotional and physical impact of the people in the community that are going to live by this? Where is that study? Where do the humans count? How's it going to affect our lives? I haven't heard one thing about that. You need to think about the people. They're not being thought of. The other thing is, if you open this up to commercial, if you allow property owners to use their property to enter into commerce, why can't I open a hog lot, a feed lot, a junkyard? If you're going to allow them to generate commerce on their land, their farmland, which was supposed to be dedicated farmland, then you have to allow me to do anything I want to with my land. We have to go through this whole thing, whatever it is, because I have the right to enter my property into commerce. This is a Pandora's box, which we're all concerned about. So thank you.
Sorry, thank you. And we will, Ms. Fitzgerald, we will make every effort to try to address your questions.
And who should I contact to find out if you're going to rezone this for commercial or industry? Who would I need to contact, or who would contact me?
Ms. Fitzgerald, maybe after the meeting, you can ask that question, but we need to move on to the next public commenter.
Do you have an answer after the meeting, you think, maybe?
Jeff, I don't know are you able to address whatever questions being asked? I can't hear on the line here.
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. I think it was a question about asking the question after the meeting, I believe.
Okay. Is that a question, whatever she asked, is it a question that someone from staff can address, or is it something that the commission needs to talk about during our discussion?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. I believe Mary and Tanya may be able to address that during the answering portion of public comment, but I would defer to them, Don, if that's if I'm accurate there.
Okay. Thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Let's move on to the next public comment. Who else in the room there has comment to offer?
Good evening. Thank you, County Commissioners, and thanks to the Planning Commission. Those four have done a lot of work, and we appreciate them. Thanks to Carrie Brandon for all these new fancy shirts that she came up with. So my name is Michael Schumann. Kim and I built a passive solar house 14 years ago at 2337 North 600 Road. So it's a passive solar design, and then we added solar panels about 6 years ago, both on the ground and on the roof. This is my 10th year in the solar industry. So I am pro renewable energy. It's definitely the way of the future. The question is, do we and do you want a power plant next to your house? So right now, I think the text language is 500 feet setback. That's a little bit more than a football field. So you want a power plant that's a little bit more than a football field next to your home with an 8-foot fence and a potential to affect your property values as well. We've got 300,000 acres in Douglas County. Why can't we increase the setback? Why can't it be a half mile? What is that, 2640? So, all right, my goal was to be done by 2 minutes, so I think I'm going to make it. That's my only thing. The setback would alleviate any of these other issues that have to move forward with utility scale. The other thing is to really seek out brownfield sites. It's not in our county, but obviously Sunflower Ammunition would be 9,000 acres, and it could be the largest scales even in the country. And it's land that's not being used for anything else. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Whoever's next can approach the podium.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I'm not seeing anyone getting up to come to the podium. There is one. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to do last minute authoring of some like wickedly awesome closing remarks. I don't know if that's going to happen. All right. So everybody's mentioned a lot of the things that I don't want to waste time repeating, but I did email, and unfortunately I didn't get it in at the 10 o'clock a.m. mark. Some things, I'm going to quickly repeat them. Brownfields first. Use those up first, guys. Seriously. Why put them around human beings and destroy people's, livelihoods? It's going to displace farmers when the inventory is pulled out of the land available to them to grow crops and to graze their cattle. Item 2, commercial solar energy conversion systems, 500 acres max. That's really preferable. Back to Travis's remark, if we had our druthers, we prefer it be way out in western Kansas somewhere where one farmer has a whole bunch of acreage and he's ready to retire, and it's just in one place and it does not affect 200 plus homes and families that are directly impacted in our particular impact zone. Future development and growth of the populated unincorporated areas is it should be a huge concern for both Johnson County and Douglas County. We are like a sweet spot. I don't know how many of you have taken the time to drive around. I know some planning commission members have come out, but it's an absolutely gorgeous place. And it just breaks our hearts to think that it could be covered in acres and acres of utility scale solar. 2,640 feet, which is a half a mile. That's what we would like to see at a minimum for setback distance from the boundary lines of a lot of different things, from wildlife refuge to, public building properties, and especially to non-participating landowners' property boundaries. One thing that's concerning to me is, we're talking about 2 counties. So we got some max solar project definitions on one side of the county line, and then you got them on the other side. So it's just growing, right? Because we're on a county line, it's involving 2 counties. So no commercial solar energy conversion systems shall surround a non-participating landowner's property boundary on more than 2 sides is critical. And then we would like to make sure that separate solar facilities, whether it's the same developer on either side of County Line Road in different counties, or it's separate, applicants altogether, 3 miles distance from one solar facility to another. Get them far apart. And then in closing, and I'm probably out of time, aren't I? I just go back to the map that I built in the very beginning that you all remember. And the big question of mine is why here? And to me, the reason is the particular applicant that kind of got this all started. They want to keep things inexpensive and cheap, but at our expense. And that's just not right. So please protect the people. Back to what Charlie Davis mentioned, maintaining the people, the quality of life, and the rural character. And thank you so much for all that you have done, because you've done a remarkable job and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon. Is there anybody else in the chambers room there that wants to make comment?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I'm not seeing anybody else. No, I'm seeing no's.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Maybe we can turn to the folks that have raised their hands on the Zoom call, and if people there at City Hall If anybody else decides that they do want to make comment, we can come back to them. So I'm just going to go down the line here. The first person in whose hand I see up is Dorothy Barnett. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, Dorothy Barnett, Climate and Energy Project Executive Director. I live at 129 West 25th in Hutchinson. And I'd like to start my comments by commending the ad hoc committee for their work on the regulations. The work you're doing today is important, and it will impact Douglas County and the state for decades to come. I do understand the delicate balance and the choices that you are faced with. How do you measure the value of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels against the carbon that is released into the atmosphere with the removal of topsoil to make way for a climate solution like utility scale solar? And I recognize that you've worked hard to try to figure that out. It's possible that you made the right assumptions when you chose a 5% grading limit, but it's also possible that some adjustments are necessary to allow solar to be the kind of climate solutions that we need. I have appreciated your remarks in various meetings that it is not your intention for the regulations to be a barrier to solar development. I know that at least one company has submitted written comments on the draft you're considering tonight, but as I understand it, no conversations have taken place about that draft that you're talking about voting on with solar developers or with other industry leaders to find out if that 5% grading is a fatal flaw. I really believe that clarity and conversation between the planning committee and industry will likely result in the kind of strong regulations that you want, while also allowing solar developers to identify with you any of the areas the regulations could have unintended consequences for. There have been significant changes in the draft ordinances, and it makes sense to see tonight as an opportunity to gain feedback rather than the time to approve this draft. So before you vote on something that could potentially stop the development unintentionally, not only in Douglas County, but across the state as others look to you for leadership, I really encourage you to pause and to spend some time talking with the companies who are going to have to be the ones who work within the regulations that you set. There simply isn't any harm gaining additional feedback. But if you push through regulations that stop development, that's a huge risk. I appreciate you hearing me tonight. I appreciate that you've taken my calls, that you've listened to my concerns. I know that you are doing what you think is best. But I just really would implore you to have conversations with those developers to make sure that there aren't unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Barnett. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Going down the line here, I think Malcolm Proudfit is next.
Okay. I'd like to, first of all, thank the Planning Commission for everybody's time hearing my comments today. And before I dive into those comments, I'd like to extend a virtual hello to my good friend and colleague and golfing buddy, Mike Schumann, who just gave comments a little earlier. We both work together at Good Energy Solutions. And I've had the privilege of working with Mike for a couple years. He's been a champion of the solar industry, and have loved working with him over the years. I haven't provided too much insight or comments regarding these regulations as of late, because when I heard about the Next Era project in particular, it was well outside of the scope that our company could ever handle. Of course, it's going to require hundreds of workers. We only have about 40 employees. So, of course, I was excited to hear about some potential utility scale solar in the state. Truthfully, didn't pay too much attention. But Dorothy Barnett at the Climate and Energy Project brought this draft to my attention. And I definitely had some grave concerns. am not necessarily speaking in support of any particular project, but rather utility scale solar in general in Douglas County. And the main point that I'd like to make here is that a 25-year cap on a conditional use permit for a utility scale project in Douglas County effectively kills the economics for any developer who would potentially be seeking to install a project in the county. I understand that the conditional use permit can be reviewed after that 25-year period is up, but that is too much of a risk for any of these developers that are large enough to put in these larger scale utility scale solar developments. So I wanted to stick that comment out there that the 25-year cap should really be reconsidered before anything is set in stone. The typical life expectancy of a utility scale solar project nowadays is about 32.5 to 35 years, and it's been growing just like the solar industry has. That is really the main regulation that I want to draw any attention to. I can understand all of the discussions surrounding healthy setbacks, the effect on farmland grading, things like that. But the time limit on the conditional use permit will kill any potential utility scale solar development in the entire county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Prophet. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think next is Alan Anderson. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. So my name's Alan Klaus Anderson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Energy Practice Group at the Polson Law Firm. I'm also Adjunct Professor of Law at the University of Kansas Law School, where I teach renewable energy practice and policy, including land use processes, which will be a good learning part for my students. So that nothing else, this is good for that. And again, I do want to extend a thanks to the ad hoc committee and to the greater committee, to the Planning Commission as well for the effort on this. It's well documented how much time people have put into this and the effort that's been given. And so there's a lot of credit that should be given for that. And so we want to thank you. With that, the draft that was previously received, and then now we have just recently, then obviously a new draft, does have some very serious concerns for us. And so in 3 minutes, that doesn't allow for talking about that. So what I'll do is I will provide, just give you one area of concern and then talk a little bit about the process. And so the definition, impact of topsoil and the grading strictures, how they're implemented, where they take place, is understood that's an area of concern and something that should be addressed. What we're concerned about is the details of that, where with some discussion, there could be further advancement of the goals of the counties, yet still work with the project. But let me take a step back. If as we look at how we got here today, we approached the county to talk about the fact that a project is in its early stages and may move forward. No guarantees of that, of course. And at the early stage of the project, we don't have all the things in place to look specifically at a site, because if we don't have participation of land, if we don't have regulations that work, project doesn't move forward, and that happens all the time. So as we get a set of ordinances like this, we have to fast forward to something that's more common at the end of a project, and that's looking at the details of this grading, looking at the details of the soil, looking at all those processes. And again, there's been significant changes, even from the draft that was originally looked at to the one that's now. And so while we very much want to participate in that discussion and that review, we haven't had that chance. So what we're asking of this commission and the broader planning commission, I'll hurry up through this, is to take
Can you just pause for a second, Mr. Anderson? I'm hearing feedback, and I want to make sure we can hear everything you're saying. I think one of the users or one of the folks that are logged on has their camera unmuted. Jane Nelke, I think. Could you please mute your device? Or Kyle, is there a way to mute?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I don't have that option available to me.
Okay.
Sounds like more though.
Okay, it sounds like it's a little better. Although, okay. Just as a reminder, if you're not talking, please keep your device muted. Mr. Anderson, please proceed.
Yeah, it was some part of that. Do you want me to step back, or were you able to hear enough of that?
We could hear. It was just
Okay.
it felt like it was starting to maybe get a little worse and wasn't going away.
Yeah,
So.
I was hearing that as well. So that was I like the challenge. I like that it was kind of throw some obstacles in the way. So I guess the point that I was kind of go with these concerns, and because we're at the early stage of a project, it does take a significant amount of effort and resources to review these type of things. These are very material as we look and try to work with the county, both in the goals of the county and the specifics as written. So what we're asking is that the county and the ad hoc committee, but of course the greater planning commission, don't take this as the end point of this process to move to the county commission, but a marker of which we go out and seek further comment, and not just from us, of course, from anyone that wants to provide comment. Of course, you've heard celebratory language from certain groups, and there's a reason for that. I think that should maybe create a pause in that because of who they work with, but it also. The fact that we have these grave concerns, we may come back and say, oh, that's great, we can work with that. But I think it's probably more likely that we say, I understand your goal. If we made certain adjustments to that, we can both meet the county's goal and allow projects to move forward. But right now, it's potential that there are fatal flaws within that don't allow solar to go forward. Whereas if you take the pause and get more input, we can find that out through this process. If you move it forward to the planning commission with a recommendation without getting that input, that is harder to bring back. And so again, this isn't asking for you to do anything specific as to those other than to take feedback. Take it from us, take it from those who will give you good information, take you those that have good questions. You're going to get a whole bunch of misinformation as well. You're going to get the whole bit of that, but that's the request, is to take that time to look at that as it relates to these ordinances. I understand that there's a lot of time put in this and the lure of being done with it. I share that. I completely share that. I assure you, this is longer than most processes, but getting it right, of course, I think is better. And again, since we are the closest project in proximity to moving forward, we'd be the one the most harmed. And so I think from the bigger perspective, the harm would come from moving it forward when it's not quite ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think the next on the list is Marvin Noki. I apologize if I've mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Marvin Kanoki. I'm a property owner at 539 East 2400 Road in Edgerton, Kansas. Thank you, Planning Commission, to allow me to speak to you this cold winter night. Tonight, I'd like to expose some of the misinformation solar opponents are spreading. Anti-solar groups rely on misinformation from far-right politicians and spread falsehoods on their Facebook pages. Their comments to you are full of misinformation. Examples of totally false claims: solar farms cause heat islands that harm livestock. Driving steel piles into the ground ruptures gas pipelines miles away. China wants the U.S. to depend on solar to disrupt our power supply. Examples of gross exaggeration and wrong conclusions. Solar will come out based on last winter's Texas blackouts and California blackouts. However, credible independent sources say both claims are wrong. The Texas blackout was mainly due to natural gas facilities freezing up. Solar had nothing to do with it. Solar farms haven't caused a single California outage, even though solar produces up to 40% of the state's power some days. Solar opponents claim solar panels will contaminate their groundwater with toxic chemicals and cause massive disposal problems. Solar opponents have no credible sources for these fears becoming reality. Solar panels actually use minor amounts of toxic materials which are completely encapsulated. Multiple scientific papers show a very low likelihood for these claims. Solar panel reclaiming or recycling programs are in place and growing. Solar opponents won't compare the minor impacts of solar farm to the overwhelming pollution from coal plants they currently rely on. They deny carbon dioxide emissions cause global warming. They rely on junk science and conspiracy theories. They won't compromise on mitigation measures and want an outright solar ban have threatened solar opponents also use emotional protests to try to intimidate supporters and have threatened government officials when they don't get their way. Solar proponents have instead quoted information from credible sources, make rational arguments, and will compromise. Solar opponents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kanoki. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Next up, Laura Beth Clark.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now you can hopefully see me. Hi. My name is Laura Beth Clark, and I own property at 539 East 2400 Road in Edgerton, Kansas. My parents are Robert and Donna Kanoki, and I grew up in Gardner. As a child, I often visited my grandparents on my mom's side at their farm in Douglas County. I have heard stories about the generations of my ancestors that grew up there. I know how they made do and had hard times during the Depression, the Dust Bowl, the years of World War II, and even earlier when our ancestors homesteaded the land. Our family has always cared for the land because they depended on it. As I grew up, I learned the value of hard work by helping with farm chores, putting up hay, working the cattle, pregnancy checking, and even moving cattle from place to place. We butchered our own beef and we made cider from the apple trees at my mom's home place. When I married my husband, he started helping with the cattle too, and our children became familiar with the farm, helping to work on it. My parents wanted to keep their land in the family and pass it down, as they're now in their 90s and are thinking about their legacy. A solar farm kept in a family corporation would allow for them to do that, and it would prevent their rural land from being broken into developments and ever-spreading suburbs of Johnson County and Douglas County. Think of it as you would growing corn or beans. We are harvesting a different type of product. They've agreed to a solar lease because they did their research and know that a solar farm is beneficial for everyone. My husband is an engineer who has worked on power plant design and construction over 40 years. He has worked on all aspects of solar farms since 2008, 13 years total. He explained all aspects of solar farms to my family and helped even my parents with figuring out how to do their solar lease. Our family knows that a solar farm won't hurt their property, but will preserve it. Solar farms are much cleaner than fossil-fueled power plants that Douglas County residents currently rely on. Those local power plants include the 60-year-old Lawrence Power Plant and the 50-year-old Lacine Power Plant. These power plants are old and increasingly unreliable. They are inefficient and highly polluting, producing huge amounts of air pollution and coal ash, which is toxic. In particular, they produce huge quantities each day of carbon dioxide, which is proven to cause global warming. Solar power plants produce no air pollution, solid waste, no wastewater. They are quiet, they have minimal visual impact. They use sunlight to produce the power, which is renewable and won't run out for 1 billion years. They will allow coal-fired plants to operate less and to eventually be shut down, which is what Evergy eventually wants to do. Please ignore the misinformation being stated by solar opponents. Their comments are very exaggerated, and they ignore the damage of coal-fired plants. Solar plants will not harm their property, especially after all the protective regulations included in your draft solar zoning regulations. Please work to enact fair and reasonable zoning regulations based on fact, not on fear, and that are in line with those enacted by the hundreds of other counties around the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Next we have Carlene Thompson. Looks like maybe we lost Carlene Thompson. Perhaps she'll reconnect. So we'll move on to Michael Allman.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Michael Allman, and I'm with Sustainability Action Network in Lawrence, Kansas. As we mentioned at previous meetings and these discussions, Sustainability Action Network has for years been supportive of solar energy. I have rooftop solar myself. Matter of fact, most of the board members of the Sustainability Action Network have rooftop solar as well. But the question for us is how the utility solar is done, not whether it's done, but how it's done, on what scale and what time frame and what proximity. When this was first discussed in June, we mentioned that one of our main concerns was the protection of productivity of Douglas County farmland, not the longevity of keeping it out of production, but its ongoing productivity. And then in August, we pointed out that one of the ways that can be accommodated is through agrivoltaics, combining crops growing underneath the solar collectors. Everybody seemed to jump on that as a great solution. And we appreciate the fact that that's been included in the regulations. The problem is it's strictly voluntary. If we really want to protect the farmland so the productivity can continue, you can make that requirement of any conditional use permit. You already are making it a requirement that there be vegetative cover instead of gravel with herbicides, whatever. You can make agrivoltaics a requirement. It's perfectly within your capability. And it's not like staff feels that the regulations adequately protect the prime farmland. It's just wishful thinking. The draft that the staff has come up with point out that if a developer intends to design with agrivoltaics, they should make a note of that. It's a big if. Where's the motivation? It's just one more cost they're going to avoid. Secondly, the size of the projects have to be kept below 500 acres. We've said that from the outset, and it's even more clear now. If you consider what Ms. Brandon hit on it very clearly just a while ago, that a developer is going to put a project on both sides of the county line. They want to maximize each side, which will then double the capacity of their overall project. Really, Douglas County should only allow 250 acres, and then Johnson County could match it with 250 acres. 500 acres would give them 175 megawatts. And I say that because the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory just recently came out with a study saying that solar company is using 10-year-old statistics saying that they need 7 to 8 acres per megawatt. 1 megawatt can be generated on 2.86 acres. This is according to the National Berkeley Lab. With a panel power density being manufactured today, 0.35 megawatts per acre is what they generate. So really, they only need about 250 acres. 500 acres will get them 175 megawatts. And as Mr. Anglin pointed out, that's bigger than most of NextEra's projects right now.
Mr. Allman, thank you. You've
okay.
Reached 4 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I see we have Carlene Thompson back on. You can go ahead if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm Carlene Thompson. My daughter-in-law, Brittany Thompson, is going to speak for me. I'm holding my grandchild.
Very good.
All right. Hello, my name is Brittany Thompson, and I am part of the family of people who own Kanoki Properties, LLC. My husband's family owns land in Douglas County and would like to lease it for a solar farm to be built on it. As a young adult with a newborn baby, I'm very concerned about the reality of climate change and how it might affect us all. During my lifetime, I know that summers are hotter, spring starts earlier, and the weather is more unpredictable. I've followed news stories of more powerful hurricanes hitting Louisiana and Texas, much worse, wildfires in California, and rising sea levels threatening low-lying islands around the world. You might say, I live in Kansas, and none of that directly affects me. Why should I care? I would hope that, like me, you are concerned about the entire world and how climate change, if not slowed, could be devastating impacts for everyone and everywhere. As a former employee of the Region 7 Environmental Protection Agency off of Brenner Road, I have worked in the filing library and am familiar with the laws and health concerns of soil, water, pollution, etc. that pertains to the states of Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska. Almost all scientists who have studied climate change have concluded that carbon dioxide released by burning fossil fuels is responsible for much of the climate change we've experienced. It is a fact that carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere have increased rapidly and consistently for the past 50 years. CO2 is a proven greenhouse gas and is warming the planet quickly. Some local politicians, like Kansas Senator Mike Thompson, who is not a relative, claim climate change is a hoax. He and his allies are actively working hard to stop any renewable power plant from being built locally within Kansas. If he gets his way, climate change will get worse because the old coal-fired power plants we currently rely on for electricity will have to remain in operation and continue their heavy pollution. That's just not right. And it's not right that Douglas County residents are repeating Senator Thompson's misinformation about solar to lobby against you, allowing solar farms in Douglas County. I ask that you do the right thing and enact zoning regulations for solar farms that are fair and reasonable and that allow solar farms to be built. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Next up, we have Jacqueline Smith.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Smith. I am a small business owner in Douglas County. My business is called Central Grazing Company. I also own land. I'm a rural citizen of Douglas County. We have some acreage out on 900th Road. And I am wanting to commend the Planning Commission on the recommendation of the vegetation management or the agrovoltaic management plan. I think that that is a very progressive insight for what Douglas County sees as the rural value system here. And I really appreciate the effort you guys have put in to create such important and progressive regulations around protecting our farmland. I come from the perspective that as agrovoltaics kind of move through the Midwest, we are in critical crisis of losing precious agricultural soils to large-scale industrial photovoltaics, and agriculture coupled with photovoltaics is the solution to help open new alternative and emerging markets to come into the marketplace to really help small and middle-tiered agricultural producers like myself. I came into agriculture without having any background in it. I don't come from a family that has acreage. I stepped into agriculture as a career choice, which is crazy when you don't have access to land or know how to farm, but I did it, and I've been doing it for 25 years. And I've never seen an opportunity like this where we can open up real agricultural land for emerging markets. And this type of partnership with photovoltaic companies who really celebrate and support the use of agrovoltaics could create a whole industry that would benefit the rural citizens and farmers, especially in Douglas County. And just from our initial assessments of this project, it would bring in pretty quickly a $10 million infrastructure investment and create multiple different kinds of brands. And I've been speaking with some colleagues about this in other areas and understanding some of the challenges that go in for this type of scale, and know that it's going to take a team of really professional and sophisticated shepherds and farmers of all types to be able to manage the capacity that's going to be required for the land operation, which is a significant money or economic development for our county and very exciting. Not only does it help, pave the way for clean energy, but we can also create this whole emerging market with it. So I just want to continue to support the effort to create agrovoltaics that really help foster new economic development for rural farmers like myself. And I want to commend you for your good job, and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think we also have Jane Kanoki. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Jane Kanoki. Thank you for allowing me to join you. And for that, I have some points I want to make. And I apologize earlier. We could not attend in person because the hearing assisted devices weren't going to be available. They weren't working. So we have been fighting and working through the Zoom areas. First off, I wanted to talk about Commissioner Rexrod's comments that this is an industrial application. It is not an industrial application. If it were, it would have to be zoned industrial. This is being applied for in a zoned rural area, and it is a farmland use, and it's part of an agrivoltaics where we are farming sunshine. And this project keeps rural land rural. So I want to point out that this is a rural project. Solar farms easily exist in a rural setting, are compatible, easily mitigated, no noise, no smells, no sounds. The next point I want to talk about is the 5% of the area to be graded. That target is very restrictive. Let's think about, where do you find most level ground? You find it in a floodplain. So you have a delicate balance here of not wanting solar panels in floodplains where you have the level ground, and then the 5% restriction. So I think this is too restrictive, and this conflict between protecting the floodplains and limiting the grading isn't working. That needs to be raised up. It's very restrictive. And then the next thing I want to point out is that 1,000 acres is too small an amount, that you have landowners that are much more interested in a larger footprint. And Douglas County needs to step up to their social responsibilities and look at generating power for the people that are there, especially as the power plant is becoming more and more efficient, the coal-fired one. And property owners have the rights to farm solar, so why would you want to limit them? The next point I want to ask is, how come this ad hoc commission has never contacted property owners that are interested in doing this? You haven't reached out to us to ask us. We've had to write you letters. We've had to come and talk to you, but not once have you reached out to us to ask us why this is so important. We would like to sit down with you and talk with you about that. So please consider that. The next point is standards versus goals. These incentives that you're saying about voltaics, and Karen Wiley, Commissioner Wiley, talks about as being incentives. How do you have a standard that you can't measure, or a goal that you can hang out like a carrot when you're doing a CUP? Well, those are considerations. They're not standards, and they should not be put in standards. You should not be trying to bargain a 1,000-acre cap or 25-year project life with incentives that are vague and undefined. If I read through the rest of the zoning code, the incentives are there for historical sites and defined. So let's be consistent, and let's not be vague, and let's not try to dangle imaginary gray smoke and mirror carrots. Last point I want to talk about is...
Ms. Kanoki, thank you. We've reached the maximum on the time.
You're welcome.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. We also have Catherine Ellsworth that wishes to make comment. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi there. Sorry, I couldn't raise my hand. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I realize how complex this issue is, and it really is impressive how much ground you guys have covered in a short period of time. I grew up in Iowa, and Iowa gets 60% of their electricity from solar energy, well, from renewables, wind and solar. And so they're a really good resource for a lot of these nuances. One of the things, though, I hope that you do hold fast to is the 1,000-acre limit. That's more than adequate. And most of the solar farms in Iowa are smaller than 1,000, although ironically, Nextera is trying to do a big one on the land in Lynn County. They own the nuclear plant there. Dwayne Arnold is the project. One thing I will mention that the leases in Iowa tend to be longer. They tend to be more around 30 years. So I think that might be a reasonable extension. They also do zoning overlays. A solar farm is not a farm. And the correct terminology industry-wide is utility scale solar or industrial solar. So that's because it's done by a business, it's an industry. So I think that it would be good to really hold fast to the area limit. So thank you very much. I appreciate your work.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ms. Ellsworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is there anybody else on the Zoom call that wants to make public comment? Go ahead and raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand. If there's anybody in person in City Hall that over the last few minutes has decided they do want to make comments, I guess now would be your chance to do so. I'll give you a couple seconds. I'm not seeing anybody getting up.
Not appear to be anybody in person who wishes to make additional comments.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Then I think I'll close public comment and we can bring it back to the commission. I might suggest, though, before we launch into our discussion, that we take a brief recess. If everyone's willing or okay with taking a 5-minute break and reconvening about 8:55 or so, just to take a break, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Kyle Kilby with Planning. We'll be back with you in a moment once we are able to proceed. Kyle Kilby with Planning. I think we are ready to proceed at this point.
Kyle, are we ready in the room there?
Yes, that's correct. Are we on mute? Can you hear me, Chair? No? Yes?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, did you respond, Kyle?
Yes, we are ready.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties on my end here. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I think I wanted to maybe just make a couple comments before we launch in, if I could. I mean, Mary Miller and then members of the ad hoc committee in sort of the opening statements, I think alluded to this and fleshed it out pretty well. But they've all put sort of countless hours and worked tirelessly on these regulations with stakeholders. We as a whole commission have heard literally hours of public comment. We've received dozens, if not hundreds of pages of written comment. We ourselves as a commission have engaged in hours of what I've considered to be thoughtful, free-ranging discussion about the regulations. I think it's maybe naive to assume that everybody's concerns, or that everyone will feel that their concerns have been adequately addressed in these. But it seems to me anyways that maybe we're to a point where we ought to at least consider advancing these to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation one way or the other. And to that end, I guess what I wanted to suggest tonight was that we sort of work our way to going through the regulations, maybe section by section. And not that we have to talk about every part of it, but just as a way of ferreting out any remaining concerns or issues or questions that any commissioners may have. And, with allusion to comments from the public that we heard tonight. With the goal, I guess, of seeing if we have a consensus one way or the other, if we want to make a recommendation to approve, if there are additional revisions we'd like to ask staff to make as part of that. But I don't want to just jump into that and make us do that if there are discussions, sort of more general discussions that we as a commission need to have. So I guess before I would ask us to do that, I want to maybe put it back on the rest of the commission and see if anybody has concerns with approaching it that way at this juncture. I know that some members of the public have commented that they don't feel like enough consideration has been given to the regulations. So I want to give some room for addressing those if anybody wants to. I'd be curious to know what other members of this commission think about that, or if they have any lingering concerns, I guess, from the things we talked about in January at our study session, which Mary went through the answers on, things of that nature before we go through step by step. What do you guys think? Commissioner Shanklin?
Hi, Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I guess I have a couple of things that fall in the category of lingering concerns that really don't seem to be, or don't appear to be, an issue for many. And so I'd like to ask Mary to clarify a couple of things first, and then I'll just make a general comment. Mary, in your run through of the enumerated items in your PowerPoint tonight, you referred to having the ability to review and approve, I think were the words you used, a transferee from the operator. And the way this is drafted, all you get is notice. You don't have the opportunity to review and approve. So if that was your intention, I think we should change the drafting on that provision.
Mary Miller, planner, we may want to revise that wording. I believe that the suggested wording we were given was that they would provide notice to the county commission and they would provide documentation that they agree to all the conditions. And so probably including some phraseology there that the county commission can review their reputation, experience, and financial ability, just like we have for the original operator. That would be maybe a good idea.
I think, yeah, I think the things that are important to you, you should put in as conditions for review, because otherwise, the way it's set up, you get notice, and that could be from the shell company. The other question I have for you is, when we look at quantifying the surety, you have current dollars for a decommissioning that will occur some 25 to 30 years from now. And so I want to make sure that, first of all, that's your intention, is to look at, I mean, for example, were this to be 25 years ago, we would have looked at $1997 to address a decommissioning and reclamation in 2022. I want to make sure that's what you're expecting.
Mary Miller, planner. In that section about the bond requirement under item 3, it has a mechanism for adjustment over the life of the project so that the bond amount could be adjusted, it could be increased based on.
I just want to make a starting point, Mary, is current dollars, so that when you say in year one, you're estimating the reclamation cost, you're talking about the cost today to do something 25 years from now, expressed in today's dollars. And this becomes important when we talk about inflation.
Right, so, and I think that's why in that section it says that they engage a qualified individual to recalculate the estimated cost of decommissioning. And I think that recalculation is not because we think it might take a different type of decommissioning or reclamation, but that it may cost different amounts. The cost may have gone up.
Yeah. So and with reference to that provision that calls for the 5-year reconsideration, it refers to original cost. So that let's back to a conditional use permit that was considered in 1997. In 2002, it would be looking at the increase in costs relative to, as you say, the original estimated cost, which was the $1997. What would happen in 2007? Would you look at 1997 original cost for your 10% comparison, or would you want to look at the 2002 computation, and so on and so forth? Like every 5 years, are you still going back to a 10% over original cost, or are you going back to just the previous estimated cost? The 5-year review.
Yeah, Commissioner Shanklin, thank you. I understand what you're saying now, Mary Miller, planner. So yeah, that should be 10% more than the previous 5 years, not than the original, because that would probably only occur once. So I think it would be a change. Is that what you're saying from the original 5-year review?
So there's a potential step up every 5 years of the reference cost that you're basing the 10% on.
I think that's the intention. Yeah, I think that we could certainly make that clearer, because I wasn't tracking on that.
Okay. My general comment then is if we were to look at our inflation experience, and again, I just picked 1997 as an example project because it's easy to compute because here we are today, 25 years from 1997. If in the 5-year increments, we would have learned in 2002 that we were over 10%, we would have stepped up. 2007, we were over 10%, we would have stepped up. 2012, we were over 10%, we would have stepped up. 2017, we were only at 6.5%, so we would not have stepped up. And then when decommissioning occurs, all of a sudden, we're 22% over. And without a step up, because if that's the point where we're deciding to decommission, we have no ability to account for that 22% other than to look to the taxpayers because there's no accountability whatsoever to the operator. We've removed the liability clause. So I just wanted to make those general comments because I can't support this when it's just potentially 20% of the cost or more. And our inflation experience is 75 to 130% over any given 25-year period you want to look back to. I mean, we're saddling the taxpayers of Douglas County with potential cleanup costs here. Otherwise, I mean, I'd support a 35-year CUP because I think it's a great idea. The working premise that we're mothballing ag land with the ability to restore it, some decades from now, that works for me because we need the solar. But I think we have to have accountability, and I think we have to have good predictability on what the cost to the taxpayers is going to be if and when we can't look to the operator.
And I just wanted to make sure I understand you correctly. So this is Mary Miller again, if we went back and the 10%, we recalculated every 5 years and we based that 10% increase on the previous 5-year calculation, would that address your concern rather than going back to the original cost?
Yeah, no, because in 2017, we only had a 6.7% increase in inflation over the previous 5-year period. So we take that and then build the ensuing 15% from 2017 to 2022, resulting in a 22% shortfall with no accountability to the operator. I mean, I just think a surety would be fine if it were the right amount. And it's probably a whole lot easier than trying to create accountability to, Florida Power and Light. But I don't like the idea of exposing taxpayers to that much of a shortfall, and I couldn't recommend to the county commission that they do that.
You have a suggestion? Would it be just to increase it, whatever the increase is, rather than holding it to the 10%? Or do you have another suggestion? I mean, do you want us to look at this further and just find something better?
I think that we need to have a more finely tuned process that we can control, but also looking to the operator to provide the data. So it looks like Commissioner Rexroad has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroad. Yeah, Commissioner Shanklin, just looking through the language specifically and wanting to make sure we're correct. It'd be great if you had a specific paragraph that you would like to make an adjustment to, you're recommending an adjustment to. Please do provide that very specific language. But I am looking out at in the staff report, page 20. This may be different than what you're talking about. We have it covered under the general liability insurance, showing insurance coverage for the lifespan of the project, encompassing installation and operation through decommissioning. So providing for that all the way through decommissioning. Evidence shall be provided annually in the form of certificate insurance. So we've got that check in there on an annual basis that we do have that that we do have coverage there. Does that paragraph satisfy your concern?
That's liability. That's for their. I mean, first of all, that doesn't insure us. It only insures the operator, and insures the operator for liability for casualties that occur on the property, not reclamation costs. So if somebody has a slip and fall on the property, we know they're covered. It was subject to the deductible, which is unstated.
Can you just real quickly take us to the paragraph that you're looking at?
Sure. Hang on just a second.
Is it the bond requirement under item 18 on page 24 of the draft language?
I mean, that follows. That's right. It is the bonding paragraph. Where it describes the step-up process.
So in 18, paragraph 3, you're saying that should read, the bond or other financial security shall include a mechanism for adjustment over the life of the project. And we say every 5 years. You'd like clarification in that says every 5 years. How would you adjust that?
Well, for one thing, I think 10% provides too much latitude. You know, I mean, we haven't heard NextEra's voice on this, I don't think, but I mean, we should control the review, not them, and I think working margin of 1 to 2% would be better. It's once you've done the work to determine what the decommissioning cost is, why not adjust to it? Why have a margin of 10% either way? That's just too much latitude given the inflation experience that we've had over the years. And it's, you know, that 20th year on a 25-year CUP is what leaves you wide open. Because if we were looking at 2017 to 2022, with no accountability in 2022, but for the surety, that surety is 15% short. So maybe in later years, you do an annual review.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I mean, Commissioner Shanklin, I think maybe this was already asked to you, but is there a way to make sure that we are always accounting to, like, you know, to the dollar about getting everything out of it that we can? I haven't given it any thought.
I think what I just said about, you know, reducing the margin, first of all, 10%, I think is too much bandwidth. And then also a greater frequency, particularly in the later years of the project. Every 2 years.
So, Commissioner Rexford, again. Yeah, Commissioner Shanklin, just to offer a suggestion. If we added, this is subparagraph A, where it talks about the 10%. If we added a subparagraph B, which simply said, and will be reviewed annually and adjusted for inflation and other considerations as required. Would that satisfy your concern?
Well, there you've changed the 5 years to annual, which is good.
Yes. Yes.
If you
put in the language on inflation.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, the idea is to predict the amount of future dollars that you would need, right? not current dollars.
Right.
Because our 1997 dollars aren't going to do us, that much good in 2022. There's 75 cents because we have 75% of.
Right. If you do an annual review, you specifically call out and adjust for inflation and other considerations.
Yeah, all considerations. I mean, that's just, we re-estimate the reclamation costs.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to name it. Yeah.
I'd certainly be comfortable with that language. I think that's a great add, great clarification.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I think I saw Commissioner Willie's hand go up when we were talking about that.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I was just kind of going to consolidate that and say adjusted annually for inflation and reviewed every 5 years. Is that the direction we're headed?
Commissioner Rexroad would like that even better.
I think if you have a mechanism to address inflation every year and they supply an increase to the surety bond every year based on inflation, that should work.
Commissioner Rexroad, Mary Miller, do you have what you need from us to capture that addition?
I believe I do. I believe we're looking at, one thing was the step up, like you said, always have it, the increase being from whatever it was at the previous review. And if it's 1 or 2%, or even if it's just make the adjustment for whatever it is and not have a range, and do that calculation annually rather than every 5 years.
Adjust for inflation annually and review every 5 years. I think it's a very specific language. And that'd be
if we adjust annually, what are we reviewing every 5 years? Would we be reviewing it annually so we can adjust it? Or is there something else we would be reviewing?
That's fair.
Okay, so adjust annually considering inflation and other considerations.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Shanghun again. That is different from what Commissioner Willie suggested, in that she was just stepping up for inflation on an annual basis, but reconsidering all other possible factors in the increase or decrease of the reclamation costs on a 5-year interval.
Reclamation costs. Except annually in the last 5 years, right? You wanted the reclamation costs reviewed annually the last 5 years. So we didn't end up with a large sum at the end, I think.
I think that would be great.
Okay, that makes sense.
We'll get some resistance just for the cost, but.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, go ahead. You're still muted.
Hi, Sharon Ashworth. Just want to apologize for dropping off the line there. My internet quit on me. But when I came in, I heard the front end of that discussion and Mary suggesting that a change was being made. And I just wanted to know if I missed any other comment before the discussion of the bond in which a change was made or a change was suggested prior to that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. I don't think you missed any other changes. That was sort of the culmination of the whole discussion.
Great.
You're muted again.
I'm still having sort of difficulties with this, so I'm kind of cutting in and out. Sorry. Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. Great. I'm glad I didn't miss anything before that, but I do want to just comment on the possibility of this, as this discussion goes forward, is getting down the very specific language of any recommended changes so that there is still a possibility of recommending approval or denial along with certain conditions and certain languages that we might have the possibility of voting on it tonight. And I'll just listen for a bit and catch up.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Do any other commissioners have any comments they want to make or opposition to sort of working our way through the regs section by section to see if they're, and when I say section by section, I don't mean like, you know, subsection. I mean like, you know, take the first section, whole section, work through that, go to the next section. Commissioner Thomas, go ahead.
Commissioner Thomas, when Mary went through the issues at the start that were to be looked at least a couple of those were mine, and I think they were addressed. I don't remember the young lady's name that brought up about looking at the character of the rural area, and that was one of the concerns that I brought up at our last meeting, and I don't see that that has been addressed at all. Last month when we talked about the Quonset hut and what was going to happen down there, several times in the write-up, it was talked about the character of that community around the Quonset hut. I don't see that in this document where we talk about the character of the rural community.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Thomas, I see a few hands from members of the ad hoc committee go up. I'm guessing they have thoughts about that. Commissioner Willie, I think your hand went up first.
Planning Commissioner. Commissioner Thomas, I can address that directly. That is a great deal of the discussion that we had all the way through this. The difference being that here we're talking about regulations, and there we're talking about a particular item. When we come forward with, a particular item comes forward for solar, that will be a very deep and detailed and passionate discussion. When we write regulations for the CUP, it's specific measurable things. The character of the neighborhood, character of the area is a consideration both above these regulations in the comp plan and then below these regulations in the nitty gritty, in the items that come forward. You'll get to be in on a lot of that when we do finally get a solar item come forward, but it's not a measurable thing that can be put specifically in a set of regulations. You won't find it probably in any of our specific regulations for CUPs because of that. So it's definitely a consideration. It's just structurally, this isn't the place where we do it. Mary Miller, would you confirm or comment on that?
Mary Miller, yes, I agree completely. We definitely will look at it probably in greater or at least as great a detail as with the Quonset hut. But we have to have a specific location in mind because the Douglas County isn't just one character. So when something's submitted, we would look at that area and what's the topography, what's the terrain, what's between the facility and the adjacent properties. So we have to have a project to be able to look at it. It's not that we don't want to consider the character. It's just, like Karen said, there's no real way to write a standard. You know, it's already in our regulations and in the comp plan that we do have to take that into account.
Commissioner Thomas, so where is this that I could look at it that says it is in the things that are looked at ultimately? Where is that?
It's in Article 307 of the zoning regulations under the review criteria. One of them is the compatibility. So we have on 307, 12-307-2.05. It's the review and decision-making criteria. So this is what we use when we look at a conditional use permit application to make recommendations or decisions. You know, does it comply with the regulations? Is it compatible with zoning and land uses in the nearby area? So that's where we look at what's adjacent to it. Is this going to affect the nearby properties? Is there going to be direct impacts? And then the next one is whether the proposed use is compatible with the character of the area. And so we look at the area and is it going to be compatible? It's not going to be homogenous with it. It's going to be different, but is it compatible? You know, is the impact, and like you've seen some of we come up forward with quarries, and sometimes they're not compatible, but they're a necessary use, but we put conditions on them to make them as compatible as possible. And so that's what the CUP allows us to do. If there's a certain condition and having more landscaping or moving a location somewhat makes it more compatible with the character of the area, then that's something that could be done with the conditional use permit itself. So it's in the actual review criteria.
So, Commissioner Thomas again, and so perhaps because I am new on the commission, I don't fully grasp the issues that we deal with, but I think more of the character of the people that are there. What is the character of the people, not just the land, not just the topography, but the people? How is that addressed in the zoning regs then if we don't do it in these regulations? How is that accomplished?
Mary Miller, planner. We don't look at the character of people. I don't know and I think you mean that term probably different than how I'm hearing it. We don't go out and do a demographics watch and say, well, these are middle class people, or, you know, but I think you're saying the rural character, the lifestyle, you know, the things people value about where they live. If that's what you mean, that's what we look at. And that's where the public input is so helpful, and why we want to give out that early notice and get input from the public, because they can let us know. We're not going to be able to tell what they value about the area. And we can look at it and say, well, it's wooded or it's agricultural. They're the ones that can say, oh, here's where we have a wetland and here's where we have the wildlife. And so from them, we learn what do they value about the area. And that's where we look at the character. It's not specifically spelled out. That's how we get to it. We need the public input to be able to understand what they value about the area. What are the things that are important to them? And that's how we learn, can it be compatible with that?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
Erin Willie, Planning Commissioner. If it's okay to digress just a little, I'll give an example. When we changed our zoning regulations for the rural area, the same regulations that were offered to the city of Vinland made everybody very excited that we had solved a long-standing problem for them. The very same set of regulations brought to the unincorporated area of Big Springs made them come at us with pitchforks. It was a different character of the area. We took that into consideration. They got there an entirely different set of regulations to satisfy their character, but that couldn't be done as a blanket statement. It had to be done with consideration of the actual people being impacted. We don't have uniform communities in our county, so we've done the best we can for those broad strokes, and the rest of it will have to come when the item comes forward and we hear from, as we have with this. It's a little off balance because even though we're talking about regulations, the neighborhoods that have come to talk to us are talking about an item, and every time we've met with them, we've explained, you know, that's not the consideration. We're learning from them a great deal and from their engagement, but at this point, we're not talking about something that happens in Southeast Douglas County. We're talking about something that could happen in your neighborhood, my neighborhood, their neighborhood. And when that item comes forward, we'll have to consider those as individual places and not just as a broad whole. So I think this is the right way forward. We've done a lot of consideration and trying to kind of distance ourselves from just a single project and look at the county as a whole and where we need to kind of have those safeguards.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for bringing that up. Commissioner Rexford, go ahead.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexford. Thanks. A suggestion on maybe how we move into the larger body of this. Throughout our work and even tonight, there have been 4 themes that are recurring. And I thought maybe maybe we start with those 4 themes and make sure that we've covered that. I don't want to skip over any detail or anybody's opportunity to go into any other areas, but make sure that we cover those so that people feel heard and that the county commission who reads this next has our feedback on it. Those 4 areas are around grading, project size, CUP length, and impacts to neighbors, which I feel like we've just had some discussion on and where maybe that belongs. But I wonder if there's any questions anyone has, any concerns about those other 3 items around grading, how we came to that, size, 1,000 acres, how we came to that, why it makes sense, CUP, how we came to that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rexford, I appreciate that suggestion. I think that's a great way to try to plow through some of the larger, I guess the more hot ticket items. Commissioner Ashworth, go ahead.
Planning Commissioner Ashworth, I was just going to dive in real quick to one of those that Commissioner Rexroad mentioned was the length of the CUP. I do remember on more than one occasion hearing public comment with regard to the length of the CUP, and we heard repeatedly 25 years. 25 years is what we heard when we were possibly considering 20. So that's what we put in there was 25 years after all that commentary. So just making that, I just wanted people to notice that we listened to that 25 years, and that's what went into the regulations. So that's where that comes from.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I will take the grading question. It was mentioned in public comment that that we did not allow the solar to happen in floodplains, and that's actually distinctly not true. We went through the process of kind of having to have the difficult conversation of disassembling some long-standing protections in Douglas County over our prime farm ground and our floodplains. And we had some difficult discussions between ourselves and with staff about whether that was appropriate to hold those back from solar, knowing that those were also the easiest place for solar to occur. So floodplains are absolutely on the table, and our flat prime farm ground is also on the table. So in terms of having a grading limit, that was to keep from our landscapes being completely resculpted for the purpose of hosting solar. Soils as an ecosystem, we set out in our comp plan and in our other protections to value that and honor that as the future of food production for not just us, but for the world. Anything significantly more is going to be just inappropriate for our land use. The 5% is not a hard, fast. It is one of the 3 things that we have put as a variable that said, if you have good reason, bring it to us and ask us. I think it should keep those kind of hard barriers on a great deal of land sculpting, which we decidedly do not want, but we didn't make 5% a hard and fast rule. We said that's what we're headed for. And if you need more than that, you need to tell us exactly why, and give us something, something that, bring us a project that we really like and want to give you that. So I think we have, for solar companies, if they don't see this as a win, then they're not paying attention. We worked very hard to make sure that there is a way forward for solar companies to behave well and also locate in Douglas County.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Ashworth, I think you got your hand up there first.
Karen Ashworth, Planning Commission. Just to take off from what Commissioner Willie said, that shows up in a number of things that we put in the regulations, like setbacks, for example. that is also a flexible thing to move forward on. We set it at 500 feet from existing residences, but there's a lot of flexibility in there, not only for the solar companies, but for residences also who may appreciate being compensated for a closer solar facility, for example. It comes across in the size. It comes across in how a solar company coming in wants to use the land and how much land they will use for, not only for solar panels, but for wildlife corridors and sensitive land area. Giving that flexibility allows for innovative projects. The incorporation of agrivoltaics, for example, the setting aside of sensitive lands, concentrating the solar facilities in certain areas and not in others. We're hoping that these regulations give that flexibility and allow for a great deal of creativity. So we have allowed for some, well, I keep coming back to the word flexibility for size, CUP, setbacks, a number of issues there. And what we're hoping for is that solar companies take that as a signal to be innovative in this county.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just, as you're going to find out, any of the 4 members of the ad hoc committee can probably address any issue you want to throw at us. And that's why you're seeing all our hands go up at the same time. We have been so immersed in this. And just to build on what's been said here, the other thing about the 1,000-acre number, that has built-in flexibility also. If you come forward with an agrivoltaic plan, which requires greater distance between panels inside the fence to accommodate sheep herding, because you're going to have to divide that area up into smaller paddocks, is what we found out from the solar grazing people. That's built in. If you come with us with your plan and say, this is what we need, staff is going to take that into consideration and perhaps recommend to this body to then tweak and make recommendations to the county commissions that we're going to go over the 1,000 acres within the fence, how we're adding that. Height, to try to minimize the need for grading, we're allowing some flexibility in the height of these panels. It's set as 15. We can go up to 20 to try to reduce the need to grade. We're going to hug the contours of the land. Ultimately, we're trying to protect the soil ecology. What good does it do to put up solar panels to combat climate change if we ruin the carbon capture capability of the very lands we put them on? So we're trying to keep the solar, we want that the soil biology intact as much as possible. And we hope to only improve it over time, because as it's been pointed out in all of our discussions, a lot of this is going to be on farmland that's been degraded to some extent already. We're hoping that over the course of the duration of a solar project, we increase the soil health. If we need that farmland, it's going to be there. It's going to be better than it is now. And it's also going to increase the amount of water retention and carbon capture throughout the lifespan of this facility. Those are the types of variables we've been dealing with. Those are the circles that we've been going through, trying to come up with a way to do this. We are looking for creative solutions. We can't predict what's coming in the future with changes in technology. They may need less land, they may need more. We do know this, that if the capacity of these panels increases to such, when do we need larger or more transmission lines to carry the energy produced by these panels? That's kind of outside of what we do. But we know that when those come through, and it's under the Kansas Corporation Commission, we start looking at eminent domain, everything else. That's not in here. But we know that those are all possibilities. But like I said, we're trying to balance all these environmental concerns away to gather information so that when a specific conditional use permit comes forward, that we can address the individual concerns of adjacent property owners. We can come up with creative ways to mitigate those impacts and so forth. I mean, that's when you have to look at this as a whole. When we start pulling out one little piece, it starts to look pretty crazy. But if you can look at it as a whole, as where we've gotten, we have a lot of variability built in here, so we can address a lot of different concerns. Just look at the number of reports and maps that have to come in. So we have the information, so a good decision and any modifications or suggested modifications to what we have has some basis. So I think we're there. We've had an interesting discussion about bonding, which just every time bonding comes up here on quarries or anything else, I don't know where my head goes other than what the hell are we talking about? But because that seems more something for the county commission and the county administrators and the legal department to parse out. And I think it's really good that we had the discussion to point out those issues so that that can happen at the county commission level. But that's really not land use. That's protecting, as was said, future residents of the county from bearing an expense that we shouldn't be bearing. And I think that that's very proper at the county commission level. And it's good that it's been pointed out here. But I hope that that's not enough that we get a no vote on sending this up. I think we have enough, as has been pointed out before. If the county commission, they can approve it as we send it to them. They can tweak it themselves, or they can send it back for further discussion when they tell us exactly what they want, or they can just say no. So I think we've done our job. And if there are other things that are vexing people or specific questions, please ask them and watch all four hands go up again.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. That seemed to me to cover those four general buckets of some of the feedback we've gotten. I guess one thing I'd add is there were several comments about maybe some factions or stakeholders out there that didn't feel like maybe they were adequately represented in the conversations. I mean, one of them was whether or not I think solar companies and those sorts of developers had been consulted, and then also whether or not some of the landowners who have been actually giving the leases out there had been consulted. And I guess as a non-ad hoc committee member, the number of times that we've had this in front of us, I think we've heard from those folks, from some number of people in those two camps every time. And I guess I would maybe give, I mean, I don't know if any members of the ad hoc committee wanted to address those comments, just to if any record needs to be cleared. But Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I got my hand up before you stopped talking, and that's just the only reason that I beat out the other three. I do take that concern very seriously, because that's been our intention, is to talk to anybody who asked us. One of the tricks is it's nice if they ask us, because otherwise, how do we know they want to talk to us? We did seek out and ask people for opinions that we thought we needed, but that tonight was the first invitation we'd had to speak with any of the landowners that were looking at leasing. So I would have taken that call very much, very, very quickly. I would have taken that call. But we did hear from them a great deal, both in written comment. Actually, I would take that back. I did have email conversations with Stephen Clark, who was a representative from the Knoke family, and we had some exchanges early on. So have not visited a property from them, but we also haven't been invited, and we can't just show up without that. The indication that we have not heard enough from industry is kind of a strange one, because when we stopped our conversations at the Planning Commission at the August meeting, the comment from NextEra's representatives is that that they would help us write these regulations. And that's about almost the last we've heard from them. Working with NextEra has been like dancing without a partner. We ask them, we send them questions. We had stakeholder meetings. The reason we started with Black and Beach and Burns and Mac is because we knew they would show up and they would give us honest answers from engineers. When we spoke with NextEra, we heard back from attorneys. We'd ask technical questions and get legal answers. Even if we asked again, no, really, I want an answer to these questions. Can you help us? We're writing regulations that concern you. We would get an additional fluff in return. If they say they don't have enough time to review these, I would flag the thousands of hours that the citizens group has put in the same amount of time. If they have concerns about the 5% grading, that number's been on the books for 5 weeks. We did get a letter from Savion with 3 points. 2 of them we adopted exactly as asked. And the third one was about the CUP length, in which case we had already given NextEra the time length that they had asked for repeatedly and through public comment. So I feel like we have responded to everything we possibly could have. And if there was a lack of engagement, it was not on our part.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks for that. Commissioner Rexroad, go ahead.
Just a little bit of a +1 with some extra color. I think there's a difference between feeling not heard or not represented and disagreeing. We've had several engagements with industry. We've had feedback in a number of cases, a lot of it through, as Commissioner Willie pointed out, through their legal counsel. Even with the feedback we've heard tonight, it falls back to those themes. I absolutely feel confident that we've heard that even from participating landowners have a sense for what they're asking for. It's incorporated in those themes. I think that we've thought that through pretty well. And there's just a difference between having an additional meeting and not agreeing with each other. Because I think it's really more the latter than it is the former.
Thanks for that, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other thoughts from the commission on those points? Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. At risk of admitting that I may have missed something, and I was not able to make the study session last month, but I did diligently listen to the entire thing and really appreciated the detail and diligence that the ad hoc committee followed in not only in preparing the information but conveying it. But in response to requests from several members of the public this evening that we restrict the project size to 500 acres instead of 1,000. Could I ask one of the ad hoc committee members to address that in more detail and just revisit the logic of the 1,000 acre limit as opposed to 500? And thank you in advance.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. As been stated before, one of the confusing factors in doing all of this is that there's an advertised potential project that's been out there that straddles a county line that talked about 3,000 plus acres. Our approach to that was talking with the county and what is a workable size to process this detailed an application. Their upper end was 1,000 acres, which we know that the entire project area could be more than that, which means it could take a lot more time. But that was the bite-sized piece. I just want to make sure everybody understands that we're not limiting the total acreage that's used for solar in the county. That is built into the conditional use permit process where subsequent projects are part of the evaluation process is the cumulative impact on the county. So we have built that in there. It could be set at a lower amount, but then we've, as you've been hearing all along, is, you know, this is the criticism from people in environmental groups. On one side, it's not big enough. We're not doing enough. we need to, not have limits. Well, we're talking about per conditional use permit, not the total in the county. That number has not been established. We can't establish it. We had long discussions about what the impact is of how we would approach that. If we put a county cap, what can we expect to see happen with a race to the top, to gobble up it all? So we left it that we're going to evaluate it project by project in bite-sized pieces that the county can handle. And if it was 500 for a CUP, there's nothing that can stop somebody from filing 2 CUP applications of 500 apiece side by side, because we're not setting an area between these. Again, that's an individual evaluation, whether there's a reason to put a distance between each individual project or not. And that's with the next step, not for the general regulations, but for each specific CUP application. So if I've missed something, if somebody else wants to jump in, please do so.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroad. Everything Jim said is right on. The one thing I might add is that from my perspective, we heard loud and clear from industry that the direction that utility scale solar is going is larger. And we wanted to find the ways to encourage green energy, renewable energy, but also marry that with all the work we need to do to protect the areas where it might go. 1,000 acres just seemed like the right fit. It can be smaller than that, and if the developer has a project that makes sense, that has the right kind of values for our community, they can make a case for larger. But 1,000 acres is a great framework that considers our resources and also sends a message to industry that we are, in fact, interested in working with them.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you for that. Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I would say, I think it's fair to say that there's not a major issue on the table that we started off, the 4 of us, on the same place. We came from very different places. We came from across the spectrum on nearly every one of these kind of hot topics, as you've called them. And through a process of, listening, processing, working together, we've come to a place that we think has balance for the community. 1,000 acres is going to stretch us. It's a big land use. We also felt, and I think we were somewhat looking, and we would probably not have started as large as that if we hadn't had kind of this, industry ask that was even larger than that. I think what Commissioner Carpenter said is exactly right. It's not a cap on the number of acres in the county. It's not even truly a cap. That is kind of the boundary, the guideline that we set, with also ability to flex on that for future commissions as they want to.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carter, are you satisfied with that?
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'm satisfied. There's a part of me who hasn't spent the hundreds of hours that the ad hoc group has in wondering, as Commissioner Carpenter suggested, if the cap for an individual CUP were 500 acres, what's the harm in making that the cap for an individual CUP? And then if an applicant wants to file for 2 CUPs, so be it. But I think this is something that maybe the Board of County Commissioners is going to continue debating. I'm sure we'll have members of the public show up at that meeting as well. And I'm struggling with the business logic as well as the, just the ecological and practical logic of what's the significance of any number that you set. So I'm satisfied with the answers, and I'm really grateful for the thoughtful responses. I'm not sure I'm satisfied in general with the answer, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the Board of County Commissioners settles on.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, go ahead.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just point out, Commissioner Carter, that these regulations cover everything from 20 a little over 20 acres to up to 1,000 acres. I mean, some of us on the committee would certainly like to see it more distributed and smaller. We just set the upper limit. It's kind of where the discussions went with what we're hearing from other counties, other locales. This seemed, and this is, like I said, what the county felt it could handle on each application. I mean, just the process. And if it's two smaller CUPs, they're going to be in line. So what does that do? You know, that's, you know, I don't know. You're right. A lot of it's, some of these things just seem arbitrary at the end, but they're really not, because we reached these because of some practical limitations and to have the greatest amount of flexibility, because we know that when each application comes in, we're going to hear a lot about where it is, how the boundaries might have to be adjusted to mitigate the impact on individual landowners. You know, that's where it comes in. Are we going to surround a property, make an island out of somebody inside this? Well, we probably know where this particular planning commission would go with that type of topic and what conditions we might impose, but we can't put that limit on somebody 25 years down the road using these. So we just wanted something that was flexible enough, that was big enough that the industries say they could work with, even though they want more, of course, and people that don't want to look at them want less. I mean, those are the competing interests. So it was kind of in the middle. But I think the biggest thing for me, at least, was this is the maximum size the county felt it could handle at one time. So that's why we set it as a max.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. Fair enough. Thanks again.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks for that. Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I just wanted to make a kind of an observation and a comment. We heard from a lot of the citizen groups and members of the neighborhood that in Southeast Douglas County that feels like they may be soon to be impacted by this, saying that they felt heard. And we also heard that that might be, a problem that all along that, did we listen to them too much? Did we listen to, things that didn't seem logical, that sort of thing. And we were out to listen to everything and everyone. That doesn't mean that we believe everything and everyone. I mean, we are pretty reasonable, logical people and able to kind of sift through that. I think the difference was when we spoke with the citizens groups from the very first meeting that Commissioner Ashworth and I attended, and said we were very upfront that we can't give them everything they want. And they didn't by any means get everything they wanted. There is not a one of them that is happy with or satisfied with the results of the regulations we've come up with. They were intended to be a balance between competing values and wants. The fact that they were gracious to us and felt heard, I think is fabulous and valuable. And we could not have done the work without their input of what their concerns really were. We did the best we could with them, but I think not that we were swayed in one direction more than another unnecessarily, but just that they were gracious and put a lot of time into this and engaged with us as much as they could and wanted to.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to add to that any claim that was made, we tried to track down information on it. And essentially, we were looking for peer-reviewed studies, not just, some self-appointed anti-whatever guru out there. We were looking for peer-reviewed scientific studies. Commissioner Ashworth was really on top of that, doing literature searches for us and providing us with information as she found it. So we listened to everything and we tried to track down the real information. And that's what we hopefully have only relied on in trying to come up with this. And yes, we did listen to everybody. And I know some of us on the commission think that, we spent a lot of time maybe spinning our wheels listening to things until we got to the point we were hearing the same thing over and over again. That's when we knew, at least for me, that's when I knew we had enough. And that's when we really buckled down and figured out what these balances would be. So that was our process. And that's part of the reason it took this time. And like the other commissioners on the committee have said, we have been inundated with information from both the industries, sometimes through their attorneys, sometimes otherwise, and from the public and everyone in between. So if you actually had the packet of every piece of information, it would be thousands and thousands of pages, and none of us have been able to read every bit of it. We've relied on each other's expertise to kind of winnow through everything to give us the gist of what we needed to consider.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Thomas, go ahead.
Commissioner Thomas, I am truly grateful that you guys did the work that you did, and I have gotten my answers. I would like, and I forget whose suggestion it was, to go ahead and look at what's done and run through the regulations that you've done and see if we can't come up with aye, yay, nay, whatever else we need to do. But I would be ready to look at the regulations that you so diligently have worked on for hours and hours.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Yeah, so going off of what Commissioner Rexroad suggested, we've kind of touched the topics of the grading and size, the CUP length, impacts to neighbors, and then stakeholder engagement and a number of other things. Does anyone have any additional comments on those before you humor me and just kind of walking through manageable chunks of the regulations to see if there's anything else out there that anybody notices? For no other reason, it'll make us look at it all, this document that the ad hoc committee has spent so much time on. Okay, well, so what I was thinking was we could just go through it section by section. When I say section, if you pull up the draft version for today's meeting. In my mind, the first section is 49.01, the definition section. And not to go through each subsection, but are there any questions or comments on the definition section? And I guess we could all just sort of take a couple of moments to look through there. I guess this, while everyone's looking, this is really a question for the four of us who are not on the ad hoc committee. I'm guessing that you all don't have any questions or comments. Maybe you do. The ad hoc committee on the definition section. Commissioner Carter, go ahead.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to say subsection I, area definitions, is critical. I think that was a really important part of the presentation last month. I'm curious about the graphic illustrating the various terms, if that's going to be complete before this goes to the Board of County Commissioners, and who's responsible for that.
Mary Miller, planner. I'm responsible for that, and it will be ready. It'll just be a graphic that it's better than the one that's in the wording. It'll be black and white. I'm basing it off that same facility just because it's so clear and I just haven't had time to get it put together yet, but it will be finished.
That's great. David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I think having a consistent vocabulary when we talk about this stuff is so critical, because otherwise we use one word to describe, or one term to describe something completely different, and it's cause for equivocation and confusion. So that's great. Thank you, Mary.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Carter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody else on any of the definitions? Okay. I'm sort of assuming too that everyone has read through these ahead of time, so you're not reading these for the first time right now. Okay, so let's move on then, I think, to 49.02, which is limited scale and commercial utility scale solar energy conversion system. There's a number of subsections in there, I guess 3. Does anybody have any comments or questions on A, B, or C? Not seeing any. And if I move too fast, you can raise your hand and we can come back to something. Then section 49.03 is approvals required for revisions. A couple provisions in there. Do any commissioners have comments or questions about those? Okay. Moving on then to 49.04, which is the conditions required for approval. A couple subsections, and one of them has a sort of a laundry list. Are there any questions or comments about those? I guess one thing I would highlight is this may be, Mary, what you were alluding to earlier when we were talking about sort of the character of the area, but the section 12307-2.07, does that set forth the other criteria that will be considered when a CUP application is submitted?
Mary Miller, yes, this criteria, this is what we look at when we're reviewing the standards. It's kind of sets the intent, because sometimes you get a standard and you're looking at a project, you're not sure how to apply it. And this kind of tells us what is the reason for the standards. And the criteria in that section you mentioned, that's the overall criteria that we would look at if we try to make a decision on an actual application.
Okay. All right, well, let's move on then to 49.04, which are the standards, sort of one of the meatier sections of the regulations. You know, I guess we can kind of go through them. Does anybody have any concerns about A, B, or C? We'll take them in bite-sized chunks. Okay. What about sections D and E? That'd be the subsections on location and size. Commissioner Carpenter, go ahead.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just realized none of us have addressed the issue raised by many of the and that gave public comment about use of brownfield sites. We had that discussion. Jeff Crick was able to join us at several of our meetings, and it turns out we don't really have brownfield sites in Douglas County. There's one at an abandoned missile site, and that's about it. It's a very specific definition by the EPA. The one everyone's referring to is in Johnson County, which is the sunflower ammunition plant, which, as you know, if you've been following the paper, has been annexed into DeSoto. Savion, Kansas City, solar energy company is looking to develop on that property, which is now city property and not subject to the Johnson County regulations. And that is also the possible future site of the Panasonic electric vehicle battery plant that's getting the $1 billion plus possible subsidies from the state of Kansas and they to locate. So that's the use of the sunflower ammunition plant. It will have a lot of solar on it, it looks like. But that doesn't do anything about the regulations that we have in Douglas County.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other comments or observations or questions about location or size, those subsections? Obviously, we've talked about size. What about then moving on the sections on glare and vegetation, subsections F and G? Anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Carter, sorry.
Yeah, David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I have a question, not so much a question, but some feedback on, I don't know what you call it, subsection or paragraph 5 of F, positioning units in a manner that reduces glare. I'm curious if there is a mechanism for neighbors to report glare. You know, we've got surface treatment, right? But positioning, just a minor, a fraction of a degree can have an impact on whether it's throwing glare into, a property 2 miles away. And so I'm curious if it's necessary, I know it's desirable, to build in some way for neighbors to be able to offer, concerns to the operator about things like that.
Good question. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is there a section or provision in these regulations, or I guess elsewhere in the zoning regs, that would give neighboring landowners an avenue, I guess, of reporting and, or inquiring about those sorts of things? Commissioner Rexroad, go ahead.
I don't know about a specific section that speaks to gathering that information, but I would put that in a category where I would almost anything where if the intent of the area of the regulation isn't met, community can contact the county and planning department, and we would act on that accordingly. And it could be subject to glare, it could be almost anything else that's considered inside the regulations. Probably a light answer, Commissioner Carter, but that's the way I've thought about it in terms of enforcement.
Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. A glare plan is one of the things that's asked for with the application. And as part of the CUP process, I imagine that the Planning Commission would, and the staff really would evaluate that and note any problem areas that would either need to be addressed or mitigated, or that might have any impacts on roadways and houses. And that would be addressed in the CUP process itself. And as Commissioner Rexroad said, that then there's a complaint process to the county.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
I'm Carpenter, Planning Commission. Also note that elsewhere in this text amendment, it takes into consideration glare that might impact air traffic for landing strips in the county or around the airports, where it could even reach the level of needing FAA review and approval. So glare is in there, and has been pointed out, everything's going to be done up front to make sure it doesn't happen, but then it's up to people that are impacted by it to report it to the county, which happens all the time now. anytime there's glare. And then they send out Ben Harris eventually to check it out and see if there's a way to remedy it.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. That's great. As long as there's a mechanism. It just seems like one of those things that can't necessarily be planned with accuracy in advance. And so having a mechanism to make adjustments after the fact is important. So as long as that exists, that's great.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Before we move on, I guess, Mary, I might just point out that I think there's two 49.04s. I think the approvals required for revisions and the conditions required for approval are both, or I'm sorry, the conditions required for approval and then the standards are both 49.04. Are those sorts of minor numbering issues going to be fixed before it goes to the County Commission?
Yeah, I'll get that updated. I took off the automatic numbering because it messed things up. So I obviously messed this up myself.
Been there. Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Do any commissioners have any comments or questions about subsection H involving soils? I note there are some additions, and then also it looks like the portion highlighted yellow has been moved to the vegetation section. Not seeing any. What about subsections I, subsection I on setbacks? Any questions or comments on that section? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. As you probably guessed, we spent a lot of time talking about this and putting out flags and measuring things and kind of debating about this. And one of the things was, the surrounded on 2 sides, 3 sides, how do we address that? And rather than have, a limit on that, we decided to go with a larger setback than we otherwise would have on all sides. And then the property owner can negotiate whether they are participating or non-participating, because this could impact on their property if they're participating, or even on their neighbor's property within that 500 feet. What we had heard from community groups prior to that was 600 feet. And so that was part of our discussion is 500 feet, 600 feet, 100 feet. I mean, it's been all across the board if you've looked at our different drafts. The comment tonight about having a half mile, I feel it was coming fairly late also, but that I think that really would make solar untenable in Douglas County. I'm not sure that we have half mile setbacks from residences or property lines, and then leave us really any land whatsoever to work from. So since our expressed purpose in creating regulations was to leave a path forward for that, that's why we did not consider something at that length, but we ended up at the 500 feet.
Okay, thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
I'm Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. 2 other points. If there is a separate deal between the applicant or owner of the solar facility and an adjacent landowner to reduce that setback, that would have to be a land contract, which would follow with the land. And we have requirements elsewhere in here that those be filed with the Register of Deeds, so any future purchaser of a property knows what encumbrances there are on the land. The second is, just as a side note, we've seen setbacks as small as 10 feet. Kingman County down west of Wichita just adopted solar regulations, and their setback is 10 feet from residences. And there is a huge solar farm up in Minnesota. I used it in a presentation. I can't remember which state it was, but if you look at that, it's a 1,000-acre solar farm, and it's right in people's backyards. It's, so it's all across the board. So we set it at this distance and then allowed the individual to negotiate, which Commissioner Rexroad really pointed out would be important to include. So we all were swayed by that, I guess. So we have that in there.
Great. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other thoughts on this, on the step back section? Okay. And then let's move on to subsection J, which is fencing and screening. Does anybody have a comment or questions on that section? Okay, move on then to battery energy storage system, subsection K. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Not seeing any. What about subsections L and M? Those are signage and lighting. Not seeing any hands. How about subsection N regarding noise? Okay. What about subsection O, electrical interconnections? How about subsection P, maintenance? Not seeing any. What about subsections Q and R, groundwater testing and the affidavit? Commissioner Ashworth.
Chair Ashworth, Planning Commission. Just a quick note, mostly for the Board of County Commissioners to consider. One of the things that, these regulations apply to limited scale as well as utility scale. And one of the things I might consider in this section is not requiring this for the limited scale operations, the smaller operations that are 20 acres or less. I don't think that's just something I just want to mention as this goes forward to the Board of County Commissioners.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth, but not as a suggested addition as of an exception in these that we send on if we do.
Yeah, Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. No, I tried to make a point of this and ended up with a technical foul on my part in terms of commenting. So it's just something I would say right now, and it might be something for the Board of County Commissioners to consider.
Okay.
Not to get into a big debate now.
Okay. Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Okay. Does anybody have any comments on subsection S involving liability insurance? That whole subsection was changed, but I'm not seeing any. What about subsections T, U, and V? Those are airspace, overlay or airstrip, other standards and codes, and modifications. Okay, how about subsection W, building permits and plan review? Any questions or comments on that section? Okay, subsection X is the time frame, which we've discussed a bit before now, but are there any other questions or comments on that particular subsection? Okay, subsection Y covers transfer of operator. I think we discussed a change to that with, I think Commissioner Shanklin was the one that talked about that. And I think we have that covered. Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, but are there any other question or comments on that section while we're here? No, not seeing any. Mary, and you have language written down for the suggested revision to that section?
Yes, to make it clear the county commission can approve or deny the new operator.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Subsection Z is extraordinary events. Does anybody have any comments or questions about that one as it's currently modified? Okay, not seeing any. Then the last subsection, double A, which is reviews. Do any commissioners have questions or comments about that section? Nope. All right. Then the last part of the text amendments are the application and required documents. That's 49.05 in this version. Do any commissioners have any comments, I guess, about subsection A, which is the additional public notice? Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. We've had deep and philosophical conversations about the value of certified mail. And we did come up with the decision, even though it still did come in public comment, of wanting certified mail to let people know that a project was coming. I think most of us decided that we don't sign for certified mail from people we don't know. So I'm not sure anybody else, if my rural neighbors are at least as suspicious as I am, that they might not either. So we felt that regular mail or just the mail had a better chance of reaching more people than certified mail would. So that's why that change occurred. We did, like I said, we debated that quite a bit. If anybody else wants to say anything about it.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I think we saw Chair Sinclair's reaction to that. He's familiar with that, how certified mail works in the legal settings. So I think you can appreciate the discussions that we had.
Yes, I'm really sad to have missed those. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Okay, any other questions or comments on the notice? The additional public notice section? Okay. How about the subsection B, which is existing conditions? Give everyone a chance to look through those. There's a number of revisions to that particular subsection. Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'm intrigued by the instruction. The digital site plan must be formatted to toggle layers off and on. I'm curious if there's any analog for the physical plan. There any particular instructions on how a physical site plan would be constructed? I'm not sure I understand what that alternative to a digital plan would be. Are we talking about a hard copy paper plan? Or are we literally talking about a model? What can someone clarify what that is supposed to mean, a physical plan?
Well, the physical plan, Mary Miller Planner, the physical plan is just the paper copy. So the goal is they give us one paper copy and then the digital plan. And that's the one that the various layers will be turned off and on. And that's just in case they put up more things on one page. It's easier to read if you turn one off. If they give us a separate page for everything, you have a lot of pages. So
fantastic. Thank you. I just didn't understand the expression physical plan as opposed to digital. So thank you.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to point out we're in a section now where most of these changes are recommendations by the county engineer and some other individuals in the county, just to have specific wording to make their jobs easier.
That's helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Not seeing any other commissioners that want to talk about that. So how about moving on to subsection C, which is proposed conditions. Does anybody have any comments or questions about that subsection? Okay, looks like everyone's okay with that. I think subsection D is the last subsection, but it's pretty lengthy. It's the list of additional materials that the regs will require to be submitted with the application. Maybe we can group some of these together. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about, I guess, items 1 through 6 on the additional materials? What about item 7, which is the stormwater management plan? No, okay. Any questions or comments on items 8, 9, 10, or 11? Not seeing any. Subsection 12, which is the traffic and road maintenance plan, is a little lengthier with some modifications. Does anybody have any comments or questions about that one? Not seeing any. How about with respect to the landscaping plan, which is subsection 13? Okay, not seeing any there. What about section or subsection 12, the vegetation management and agrivoltaic plan? Okay. Subsection 13 is emergency services, fire and safety plan. Do any commissioners have comments or questions about that? Okay. Not seeing any. Subsection 14, which is offsite construction improvements, has been removed. Does anybody have questions or concerns about that removal? Comments? Okay. Anyone have comments or questions about subsection 15, solar glare hazard analysis?
Commissioner Shanklin here. I think maybe there's a typo. Close to the right-hand margin, it says solar flare aviation. Isn't that glare?
I'm assuming, Luke Sinclair Chair, I'm assuming that's supposed to be glare based on reactions, but I'll defer to Mary.
Yes, that was unintentional. My fingers typed that themselves, so we'll change that.
Not a sunspot analysis.
How about subsection 16, the soil sampling plan provision? Does anybody have a question or comment about that one? Okay. Next would be subsection 17, abandonment, decommissioning, and reclamation plan. Does anybody have questions or comments on that particular section? Not seeing any. I'll move on then. The next one is subsection 18, and that's the bond requirement. We discussed this sort of at the outset of our conversation on this, and I think and we ensured at that time, I think that Mary had the revision written down, but are there any other comments or questions on the bond requirement? Okay, and that's the last section that's actually in it. That sections 19 and 20 have been removed. Does anybody have questions or comments about the removal of liability on termination or expiration and non-liability? Okay, I'm assuming the silence should be taken as an affirmation of all the work that the ad hoc committee has done. Are there any other, I mean, realistically speaking, we just kind of flew through that, but wanted to do it so we could make sure as we were going that no one had any lingering concerns that they had forgotten to raise at the outset. But does anybody, after going through that, are there any other questions, comments, or revisions that we need to discuss? Okay. I mean, I guess if there's not much more to discuss, I would ask, I guess, Mary, in the staff report, I guess it's an attachment to the current staff report, but from the June 21st, 2021 staff report, there was an analysis you included of the review criteria for the text amendment. And I'm assuming those are sort of incorporated for tonight's purposes, if to the extent we're going to actually take a vote on moving this along. Is that right?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, we included that since we were asking you to take action.
Do any commissioners have any concerns with those review criteria having been met? I figure we should probably just put that out there before we get to a point of taking a vote. For what it's worth, I don't have any concerns with those criteria having been met, but I just wanted to give everybody the opportunity. Unless anybody has anything else to add, I don't see that there's much use in delaying, seeing if there's anybody that wishes to make a motion on the text amendment. Commissioner Rexroad.
If everyone feels we're ready, I'd make a motion that we approve text amendment TA-21-00173, add standards for commercial utility scale solar energy conversion systems as presented in this staff report and refer to County Commission for approval.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, and Commissioner Rexroad, I think that would incorporate the revisions we discussed being made to I think the couple sections.
Correct. We added one specific add and language from Commissioner Shanklin.
Okay. Commissioner Rexroad has moved to approve the text amendment and forwarded on with a recommendation for approval to the Board of County Commissioners as per the staff report with those noted changes that we discussed. Is there a second? Commissioner Carter, thank you. By hand motion. Any other discussion, questions, comments before we vote on this one? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
And Willie, Planning Commissioner, do we need to, for Mary, maybe, do we need any to list the small changes that were suggested, or is that covered enough in the motion? That's a question from Mary, and I have a small list if we want to run through them.
Mary Miller, if you want to, that's great. I made a list so I can go through, and if I missed anything, I can add that.
Okay. We have a change to the language in section 18 about the bond to adjust for inflation annually and review every 5 years for other conditions and every year in the last 5 years. We have an addition to section Y about new operators, that we would review information about the new operator and not just receive it, or rather that the county would. Insertion of the graphic about the area terms, any updates or for the numbering system around 49.04. If Commissioner Ashworth wants this, which is totally fine with me, to exempt the medium scale, and I've forgotten, the limited scale solar from the requirement for groundwater testing, and to change the word flare to the word glare in section D15.
Okay, and so I had a comment from Commissioner Ashworth about not requiring the affidavit for the limited scale. I didn't get the one about the groundwater testing. Did I get the wrong one?
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. It was the water quality analysis, not the affidavit.
Okay.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. We also have numbering issues on pages like 20 through 23, where we go 12, 13, 12, 14, 13, 14, something like that. But I'm sure that all those be caught.
Hopefully, and also solar flare needs to be changed to slow glare.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks for listing those out, Commissioner Willie, just so we are clear. And just to confirm, Commissioner Rexroad, you intended those to be incorporated, I guess, as part of your motion?
That's completely consistent with my motion, yes.
And Commissioner Carter, you're seconding that, just to
Absolutely.
Reaffirm? Okay. All right. Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other comments before we have a vote? I guess we need to thank the ad hoc committee, I think, from now until eternity, maybe. At some point in this life or another, you'll be rewarded for,
I think, for 25 years.
That's right. And then it ends. But no, seriously, thank you all for the amount of time you put into this. But I guess with that, Jeff, can you read the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton? Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you for that. And I guess one more, I should have not forgotten to thank Mary for the amount of time you've put in on this as well. That does not go unnoticed. You've put up with this commission and I'm guessing the ad hoc committee as well. But Commissioner Carpenter, did you have something to say?
Just some points of order about where we go next. Originally in the past, there was talk about a study session with the Board of County Commissioners prior to their public meeting. I don't know. I'd like to know if that's still being considered. And the second is the status of the ad hoc committee. When will it terminate? And will that be after a final vote of the county commission in case it comes back, or at some other time? So just those two items, if we could just hear from staff or somebody that can give us some direction on that.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. I believe I can answer your second question first. It exactly as Commissioner Carpenter alludes to, it may be in good keeping to just hold the ad hoc as a position at the moment in case it does remand back to you for further review. So that is available to you. We could disband the ad hoc at the time that is determined not to be necessary going on that one. And to Commissioner Carpenter's first question, I don't have any information on that one. I don't know if Mary or Carl has any information Ben too may have any information that can clarify that tonight. But If not, we can work to get you an answer on that and let you know.
Luke
Mary
Sinclair.
Miller.
Go ahead, Mary. No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Mary Miller, I know that was the intention. They've talked about having the study session, so I believe they do intend to. I haven't heard the date, so I think we can check on that and let you know.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, and I depending on when this would come back to the Planning Commission, if it did, we may need to fill a spot or some spots on the ad hoc committee, depending whether it comes back after June. Because I think we're going to lose Commissioner Willie, sadly, if I'm right, and I can't remember if any. Yeah, so that might be it. But in any case, something to consider as we get down that down the line on that. Okay. Well, then that brings that to close for now, but we're not done. There were two items that were, one was deferred and one was withdrawn. So that's the end of the regular meeting items. We do have, though, in miscellaneous new or old business, a reference to that informational public meeting that the letter we talked about in the communications at the beginning of the meeting referenced. And I guess, Jeff, is there anything else that needs to be talked about with that?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. Just one minor item related to that. If you do plan to attend the meeting, it does. The letter does ask that you contact Bobby Walthall in the city manager's office so they can know to put you on the list. They're making the meeting arrangements just in case something needs to change or the format goes from in-person to Zoom or Zoom to in-person. That way everybody can get that information. So if you do have interest in attending that, please read that. Please reach out and contact Bobby to make sure that you're on that list there. That's all we have on that. And we do have some other miscellaneous items for your discussion this evening, though.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Chair. This is Becky Pepper, Planning Manager. I just wanted to provide an update and a couple of requests related to the Planning Commission orientation. First, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who completed that doodle survey that we sent out looking for a possible date for that, our next Planning Commission orientation. Unfortunately, we didn't find a date that worked well for everyone. And so I just wanted to give you a heads up that we're going to be sending that doodle link back out just to see if maybe since you last filled it out, your schedules had changed, anything had opened up or there was some flexibility there. So I'd appreciate if you take another look at that. And then also we'd like to form a subcommittee to help with the creation of that orientation. This would be another 4-member committee that would include the chair and vice chair. So we're looking for 2 volunteers. Unlike the solar ad hoc committee, this would be very low commitment. A lot of the work would probably be able to be done through emails, maybe some Zoom meetings if needed, but so just looking for some volunteers with that.
Yeah, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Does anybody want to hang out with me and the Vice Chair on Zoom? And Becky and Jeff. Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'll be happy to participate.
Commissioner Rexroth, I know nothing, but I'd be happy to participate.
Okay. Very good. We got our 2 volunteers, Becky. I will say I don't think it's going to be. I'll reaffirm. I don't think that's going to be all that much work, but it would be good to get some other insight.
Thank you.
The most work is going to be Vice Chair Ashworth, who's going to have to make sure it's better than the last one. Okay. Anything else, Jeff?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. That is all we needed this evening.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Much appreciated. And I guess we need to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Do we have a second? Commissioner Ashworth, thank you for seconding that. Jeff, can you take the roll on that?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you all. See you next month.
Thanks.